get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
Rishi Sunak remains under pressure to suspend his deputy Dominic Raab until allegations of bullying are resolved.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 4th of February, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Angela. And here are your top stories this morning.
Well, Dominic Raab should be suspended as Deputy Prime Minister until an inquiry into bullying allegations against him are over. That's according to a former Tory chairman. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the Prime Minister to reveal just how much he actually knew of the accusations before the official inquiry began.
The search for the missing mother, Nicola Bulley, could be winding down as police now believe that she may have accidentally drowned. A major search for Miss Bulley has been ongoing now for over a week, but there's still no trace of her.
And rugby fans are counting down to the start of one of the most competitive Six Nation tournaments in recent years. We'll tell you everything you need to know this morning.
And as ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing us with your points of view as well on gbviews@gbnews.uk.
So we start with the news that the Prime Minister is still under pressure this morning to suspend his deputy, Dominic Raab, until an inquiry into bullying allegations against him is concluded.
Rishi Sunak is also standing by the Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, despite Downing Street not denying that he may have failed to advise him of a written complaint about Dominic Raab. Mr Raab, meanwhile, denies all allegations of bullying.
Well, elsewhere, the government has also been accused of civil service politicisation under the Tories, as a whistleblower alleges that civil servants saw it as their job to protect ministers rather than to serve the public civil service.
Well, for more analysis, let's speak to the co-founder of the Conservatives Against Racism. He's Aldi Amanakona. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us, Albi. I see that Nadine Dorris was saying yesterday, she's predicting that he will quit, that Dominic Raab will quit, indeed. She says that would be the appropriate action to do. Do you agree?
And she's not the only Conservative to call for Dominic Raab to step down whilst this investigation by Adam Tolley, KC, takes place into this alleged misconduct, mostly to do with these 24 allegations of bullying, which are against him in multiple different departments that he's worked in. I think it's looking very difficult for Dominic Raab and the Prime Minister, who, of course, doesn't really have much political capital to spend defending misbehaving ministers.
Have we had a situation before where someone has been suspended pending an investigation like this?
Well, so one of the interesting things is that actually there is no mechanism within Parliament for ministers to be suspended pending further investigation as we would in any other workplace. Either the Prime Minister has to sack them or they have to resign. There can be an understanding that if they are cleared, they can come back into office, but there's no actual mechanism to suspend them pending investigation. It has to be you lose your job, essentially.
Well, then presumably if there is no, as you say, mechanism, why doesn't Rishi Sunak just invent it and just say, this is what I am going to do? I mean, he has the power to do that, doesn't he? Why do you have to wait for the mechanism of Parliament?
He shouldn't wait for the mechanism of Parliament, and this is actually something which Jake Berry has been calling for a very long time. I think it was last week on Question Time he reaffirmed this point of view. Rishi Sunak does have the power to create these mechanisms. Obviously, that takes time. But I think in the immediate short term, he has called this investigation into Dominic Raab by Adam Tolley QC, and I'm sure the line that Rishi Sunak will take is he's taking due process in the same way they did with Nadeem Zahawi, and we'll have to wait for the outcome of the investigation. The question is, does that line hold?
I mean, I guess the problem here is, whereas people might say, well, you would just suspend, or you know, wait and see what happens. Even a suspension weakens the government, doesn't it? It weakens Rishi Sunak if someone else is seen to fall, even if it's only temporarily.
And it's also about who is seen to fall. This is Dominic Raab. This was one of the only people in Boris Johnson's cabinet who actually backed Rishi Sunak to become the Prime Minister in the first leadership contest of last year. This is one of his closest political allies, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Justice. All of these allegations were already public knowledge when Rishi Sunak appointed him to those positions. So it's a very difficult position for the Prime Minister to be in.
Yeah, but he is, as I was saying, he is demonstrating, Aldi, he is demonstrating that he's being loyal to him. But, I mean, this investigation has been going on for months. Why does it take so long? I know there are 24 accusations against him. I mean, let's work this out. How long does it take this QC to look into those accusations? Is he actually doing it as a full-time job or just sort of fitting it in when he doesn't happen to be in court?
Look, I don't know the schedule of Adam Tolley QC, but I'm sure lots of people around...
Casey, King's Counsel now, yes.
King's Counsel, I'm still getting used to it.
Aren't we all?
I don't know I don't know what his schedule is. I'm sure we'd all like this to be concluded as quickly as possible.
Well, maybe Sunak should just, you know, give him a kick and say, get on with it. Not just do it as a part-time job. Wouldn't that
be seen as interference, though, in an independent situation?
No, because if he's been asked to actually carry out an investigation, surely the answer is, because of the damage that this particular story is doing to the Tory party and to Sunak in particular at the moment, just get on with the job you've been given. Do it. Don't do it as a part-timer.
Well, perhaps that's something that we might see, of course, when we saw the investigation into Nadeem Zahawi, which the independent advisor on ethics did. He did that within about a week, which is obviously much quicker than the investigation that was in it, which was done into Priti Patel, into Suella Braverman, for example. So it is possible for these processes to be sped up. Maybe that is something that we'll see this week. But I think when that investigation concludes, whenever that is, hopefully sooner rather than later, I'm not sure Dominic Raab's future is certain.
No. Can I ask you about something which is a positive thing? The government doesn't like to spend a lot of money at the moment. What it is doing, the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities, is spending the best part of £7 million on fully accessible toilets in 64 council areas. Now, I know there may be people saying, well, what does that really matter? Actually, for disabled people and disabled adults particularly, this is a life changer for a lot of them.
This is so important. We talk a lot nowadays about groups who are discriminated against, about people who have less access to opportunities, and about minority groups. Actually, the biggest minority group in the country are people who are disabled. I think there are some 14.2 million people in the country who are disabled. That's 22% of the population, but we barely ever speak about the struggles that these people face, and that's why it is so good and so important that the government is making this investment into really basic needs of people, accessible toilets around the country. I think this is an excellent piece of news.
Yeah, no, it just means people can get out and about, you know, they're not stuck at home, they can actually get out and about and know that when necessary they can go to the loo and what have you. No, I think it's great. Albi, thank you, we'll see you a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Let's bring you up to date now with what is going on today. The search for missing mother of two, Nicola Bulley, has entered its 9th day as police vow to bring her home. However, officers investigating her disappearance do now believe that she possibly fell into the River Wire while walking her dog. The investigation is still focusing on a 10-minute window between 10 and 20 past 9 where she was unaccounted for.
Health leaders are warning the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the ongoing strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day the health service has ever seen.
However, the Royal College of Nursing in Wales has joined Welsh ambulance workers in cancelling planned strikes for next week, following new pay offers from their government. The offer is an additional 3% for RCN members. It comes amid the latest wave of rail strikes yesterday as train drivers walked out for a second time this week, with RMT and ASLEF union members demanding better pay and working conditions.
Councils across the country say they're being left in the dark over next year's budget for public health. The Local Government Association is calling on Number 10 to publish the funding allocations which councils will get from April. It says child health visiting, obesity programmes and drug and alcohol treatment are all at risk of being cut back or closed unless new plans can be made. Now, police investigating the disappearance of Nicola Bulley say she could have fallen into the River Wire.
Now, the 45-year-old was last seen on January the 27th walking her dog next to that river in St Michael's in Lancashire.
Now, search teams are still trawling the river under the assumption that she hasn't left the area. And Lancashire police say it's not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person.
Superintendent Sally Riley had this to say.
Our main working hypothesis, therefore, is that Nicola has sadly fallen into the river, that there is no third party or criminal involvement, and that this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person. This is particularly important because speculation otherwise can be really distressing for the family and for Nicola's children.
Now let's talk to the editor of the Lancashire Post and Blackpool Gazette, Nicola Adam. Good morning, Nicola. This must be an absolutely devastating decision as far as the family is concerned. But the police are saying they are assuming that she has drowned. What actual evidence have they got of this?
I think that their kind of, as they call it, their working hypothesis is based on the fact that they have checked everything in the area around the river where she could possibly have gone, in terms of every inch of the area has been searched, but also any exits out of the area, including CCTV, all of that has been checked. And there's been a general inquiry, people asking for dash cam, that kind of thing, in case there's any way they could possibly have missed her leaving. So I think a lot of it is based on that. There's no way she could have left the area. And there's obviously, it was mentioned yesterday, there's this missing 10 minutes of time that they haven't quite accounted for, but it's such a short period of time. It's difficult to understand how anything else could have happened than her potentially accidentally falling into the river.
Well, yes, but you see, you look at, it's horrible to get down to these sort of questions, isn't it? But you look at the River Wire, it's hardly sort of fast flowing, or certainly in that particular area. You sort of think somebody, it's a fairly busy area for dog walkers. You would have thought something would have been seen if someone had fallen in.
Yeah, and I think that has been the difficult thing all along, is that they just have no evidence. They don't seem to have any eyes on her in that critical period of time. So what on earth happened? There's also, of course, the dog. The dog was found probably like 5-10 minutes after she vanished off the Microsoft Teams call that she was on. She'd not logged off. She just put the phone down, and then in that next 10 minutes she vanished. And the dog was found very quickly and the dog was, Willow was dry, so had obviously not gone in the river. And then her phone was found quite quickly as well. So what happened in that 10 minutes? A very short period of time in which for somebody to go missing. And obviously, I think the police have been trying to keep spirits up of the people in the Lancashire area as well. They've not wanted to over-speculate, understandably. They don't want to upset the family. But the family themselves are probably the ones that they've been interviewed, and obviously they're desperately clinging on to any hope, and that's absolutely what any human being would do. But it's so difficult because there are so few answers. They have built up a timeline which the police have shared quite widely, but there still is missing 10 minutes, and I think until we know exactly what's happened in those 10 minutes, we're just not going to know what's happened to Nicola.
The police went to great lengths yesterday in describing what she was actually wearing at the time, a quilted coat with a gilet over the top of it, a pair of boots. But, I mean, as Stephen has said, and as you have confirmed, the river is not fast-flowing or even particularly deep at that point. And she was, as we understand it, a very good and strong swimmer. As we say, these are difficult questions to be asking at this time, but are the police going to be looking further downriver, perhaps if she had fallen in, where she might have been washed and taken much, much further away from the point where the investigation is concentrated at the moment?
Well, there are. The river is actually there are some quite deep sections of the river, and it is very muddy, and it has been quite wet recently. So I think realistically, they have to do that. They have to be checking the river along the way. There is a tidal section. It does move a lot. It can move fairly rapidly underneath. It might look quite still on the surface, but they have been very thorough in that particular area. But as you say, they are having to watch the river network very carefully. There was an incident yesterday where they went to certainly kind of CSI forensics were checking another section of the river, and obviously one thing people assumed that was found, but it wasn't. But I think that's because they are jumping to any clue, anybody spotting anything, so they are rightly having to investigate everything, every potential sighting properly.
Yeah, OK. Look, Nicola, we'll leave it there. Really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, it seems like an awful thing to say, but on the basis that if the police are right, you just hope they find her soon, because it's the not knowing which could potentially be even more painful for the family than the sort of a grim reality. I mean, it's just awful. The whole situation is just so awful.
And the fact that all of this is being played out so publicly, as always happens in these instances. The family in deep, deep grief, sharing that grief with the nation and with so many people who feel for them. It must be a really devastating time for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Really. Now, look, don't go anywhere, because when we return, we're going to be asking if you've been affected by the NHS backlog, or you probably have. Have you had an operation cancelled? Have you been on a long waiting list? We're going to tell you more about what is happening with the NHS straight after the weather.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your weekend weather update. Most of us will be dry across England and Wales today. Some rain crossing Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's mild today, will be colder tomorrow, but an awful lot brighter. Here's the picture at the moment. High pressure in control, and we're between two weather fronts. In here, some pretty mild air, but this weather front is mixing things up a little bit, introducing cloud and rain to the Western Isles at the moment, and that rain will push steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland during this morning. For most of England and Wales, it's dry, a bit of drizzle here and there on western coasts and hills, and some breaks in the cloud here and there to reveal a bit of sunshine over the Midlands, eastern England at times. There's the rain working its way through the central belt and down towards the east of Northern Ireland by the end of the afternoon. It is mild, temperatures 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 Celsius. Feeling cooler though as the rain pushes in across parts of the north this afternoon. And through this evening, that rain will trickle into northern England and North Wales. It's kind of fizzling out as it sinks its way southwards, so not much rain at all across southern counties during the early hours. Behind it, clearer skies and colder air, so it will be a much colder night tonight compared to the one just gone. Fairly extensive frost, certainly in rural parts from the Midlands northwards, temperatures dipping below freezing, and even in some towns and cities. It does lead to a much brighter day tomorrow, though. Plenty of sunshine on offer. A bit of a breeze, perhaps, along some of these North Sea coasts, particularly Norfolk and in the far northwest. A bit more cloud maybe here, but generally Plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine to come tomorrow. It will be a colder feeling day, certainly first thing, but in the afternoon, these temperatures 7 to 9 degrees, about average for the time of year with light winds. Won't feel too bad at all. The outlook is for much of the UK to remain fairly dry, certainly through the first half of next week, and staying colder than it is now, but still with temperatures around the February average.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you. Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates. Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel. Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
It is 20 past 6. Good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela.
Now, some Welsh NHS staff have suspended strike action following an improved offer from ministers.
Well, meanwhile, walkouts across England will continue next week, involving NHS workers up and down the country, with Monday set to be the biggest strike day in NHS history.
Well, we're hoping to be joined in just a moment by the medical director at Bupa, Dr. Andrew Vallance-Owen. But first of all, should we just outline what we see is on offer in Wales? Apparently, they've suspended strike action following an improved offer from ministers. Apparently, their own health minister, Ellen Morgan, has offered 8 health unions an extra 3% on top of the 1,400 already promised. And this is money that will go to the Royal College of Nursing, Chartered Society of Physiotherapy, the Royal College of Midwives and the GMB union, who represent, of course, the ambulance workers. Strikes by other unions are still going to go ahead. But that is, I think, incredible news, isn't it, Stephen? And as we've got Andrew on the line with us now, Andrew, that news must be really, really something that is going to hopefully prompt the government, the NHS in England, to do something about the offers that they're offering to their staff.
Yeah, as you say, it's great news, quite surprising. But the Labour government, of course, has decided to go down this road, and it will put immense pressure on the UK government, I think, to come to some sort of, to at least meet the unions, the nurses' unions and the ambulance unions, and try to come to some sort of a deal. It's a really important move.
As we wait for that to happen, I mean, they're talking about this being the biggest strike day in NHS history on Monday. I mean, are we really going to see things grind to a halt?
I don't think they're going to grind to a halt, but you know, the NHS is in a pretty desperate situation. I think everybody realises that. I mean, even the Prime Minister, in an interview he did, I think, yesterday or the day before, said he had real sympathy and he sounded like he meant it. But he said, and I thought this was worrying actually, he said, yeah, but we need the money elsewhere in the NHS. Well, you know, if the nurses and the ambulance drivers aren't an absolute key priority in the state of things, then you have to worry. So let's hope that this deal, I mean, I gather it's not secured yet, but this deal in Wales does really lead to a sort of change in thinking. I think it really has to.
In the People's Poll that we were talking about yesterday here on the programme, the GB News People's Poll, there's huge support for the nurses throughout the country. But as I understand it, the figure that they're actually asking for is 9% above inflation. We're talking about a figure of about 18, 19%. If we're honest about that, that is not a practical figure, is it? But it does leave room for manoeuvre, do you think, to come to something that will be acceptable to the government and to the nurses?
I mean, I think that since then, the Royal College of Nursing is not a combative commercial type union, you know, and I think they were naive in going for that figure of 19%. And I although it was well worked out on the basis of falling standards of pay in nursing and all the rest of it, I think they have actually said since that they were prepared to come down to a lower figure if they were able to get round the negotiating table and talk about pay. So I think they've already shown some preparation, being prepared to move, and now I think the ball is in the government's court, and they have to do something. We've also seen the actual leaders of the NHS, the top management people, saying they too are at the end of their tether and coming out and saying something has to be done, not just for today, but for the long-term future of the service, which needs a really good costed workforce plan and a lot more, and everything's stuck at the moment.
But that's the problem, isn't it? The settlement, even the settlement in Wales, really is a sticking plaster solution, isn't it? It solves the problem, some of the problems for the staff of today, but what it doesn't solve is any of those long-term problems that you allude to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a long-term decline in standards for the nurses and people like ambulance workers. And one of the things, I mean, of course they are worried about their salaries, but it's a feeling of lack of recognition of the work that they do, and then you see, and they look at other workers in the NHS who are desk bound, who are working normal days, and they're working 8 or 12-hour shifts without breaks, and they say, why can't we get better recognition for what we do? And as a result of this, people are leaving in droves, and so you really do need a long-term costed workforce plan, and the government has to really get stuck into that and come up with money to enable the workforce to be built. I mean, they talk about recruiting at the moment, but as soon as they recruit, people are leaving. So it's a really crucial issue.
Andrew, I was talking to somebody from the Royal College of Medicine recently, and we were discussing the fact that actually probably what is required at the moment, and this is not an original idea, people have come up with it before, that actually from what was first established back in the 1940s by Nyren Bevan is something that needs to be looked at again. And actually, because the NHS is in such a parlous state at the moment, the whole thing needs to be looked at again. We have to accept we are not any longer the greatest health service in the world, learn from others and totally re-establish the NHS. But the government says that would cause just too much disruption within the NHS while it was happening. But is there, again, a compromise in this where actually we've got to stop pretending that it works and really take a radical look at what the NHS should be for the 21st and 22nd century?
I mean, I think this is showing that does need to happen. But I mean, the trouble is there's been so many reorganisations and disreorganisations of the NHS that people are dreading the thought of another one. But I think you're right, you've got to really step back and look at it from the beginning. And of course, Conservative governments are always the most concerned about this, because they'll be accused of wrecking the NHS. It tends to be Labour governments, perhaps surprisingly, who have been more reforming of the NHS over the years. And if they're going to do that, they've got to try and get some sort of cross-party consensus. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to be a political battle, for which our great health service will suffer.
Mm. Well, I think you could well be right. Dr. Andrew Valenzuela, it's good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. And isn't that funny? That's a theme which has come up a lot recently, about cross-party working on the NHS. I mean, I guess it's unlikely that it would ever happen, but that would seem to be the way forward.
I wish it would happen because, as we know, it was a Labour Party baby. It was Aneurin Bevan who came up with the idea in the 1940s. But I was looking at figures for this the other day and realised that he actually only thought that it was going to get us out of the medical problems that were going to be inherent at the end of the Second World War. He didn't really think much beyond the 1950s. And here we are in the year 2023 with a health service which is still based, for all the right reasons, on all the good things that came out of that initial plan. But as the doctor was saying, we've had so many bolt-ons over the years. It's become a complete mess, and we've actually got to stand back, I think, and take a really, really bold look and just plan it differently.
Let us know what you think, especially if you work in the NHS. Would you be willing to undergo that sort of I mean, it would take years.
It would take years.
But maybe it's time to do. Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere, though. We got all the news and views from this morning's newspapers with David Hamilton and Candice Holdsworth in a couple of minutes.
He's the king of breakfast TV, and he's back. Eamon Holmes, back on the TV with me this morning.
Even remember my name.
I know, it's been 4 months. You have holy water by your bed?
Oh, yes. Already to bless.
Oh, Eamon. Oh.
Why do you not believe anything I say?
Eamon Holmes back on GB News Breakfast at 6 a.m.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even some ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 6:31. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela.
Let's take a look at today's front pages. The Times reports on Sunak preparing for a battle with the courts over plans to prevent migrants who have reached the UK illegally from appealing against their deportation.
The Mail gives light to Lancashire Police's assessment that Nicola Bulley may have fallen into the River Wyre after trying to retrieve her dog's ball.
The Eye paper draws attention to a hormone replacement medication shortage impacting the lives of millions of women across the UK.
The Telegraph has the government's declaration that online misogyny should be banned.
And in the Mirror, we are told that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire celebrity special has been shelved after female stars refused to work with Clarkson amid his Meghan Markle comments.
And finally, The Star is telling us about a psycho owl that's holding us hostage amid a series of attacks in the Black Country.
Well, time to go through some of those stories and the papers in general now, because joining us this morning is the writer Candace Holdsworth and radio and television broadcaster David Hamilton. Gosh, it is great to see you both, actually. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good to see
David,
you.
lovely to see you.
Yes, and you too. Last time we were on Amazing Grace together.
We were, and we are both still grey.
We are.
We are, indeed.
And still here.
And still here. David, you are looking at the story which is really still making headlines everywhere, and that is the one in the Mail about Nicola Bulley.
Yes, I was having dinner with some friends last night. We were all talking about this. This is quite extraordinary, isn't it? And you know, very harrowing story that this young woman has disappeared into thin air, it seems. And the latest theory is that she may have been trying to retrieve her dog's tennis ball from the river. Now, Stephen, this is almost your neck of the woods.
It is, yeah. I've got a family just very close.
Do you know this area?
I don't personally, but my husband does. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to us. The police seem to be making assumptions. Where's the evidence? We keep saying.
Well, there isn't any evidence at all, and it's gone on for such a long time. And when somebody disappears into thin air like that, can you imagine how it is for the family? You know, for the parents, for the partner. I mean, it really is. It's so stressful. And if this is the outcome, then obviously it's going to be a tragic one. It's the River Wyre, which I think flows into Morecambe Bay, and I think Morecambe Bay is about 10 miles away, so they've got a fair bit of river to explore. But looking at the pictures that we've seen on television, it doesn't seem like a really big, fast-flowing river. No. And so I think, you know, if she was in the river, it would be surprising if... I mean, it doesn't seem like a... Who knows? I mean, that's why I asked if you knew that particular area.
But we've been talking about this, and we were saying this... I mean, it is a headline on the front of the paper now that she went in after a dog's ball. Her dog is a Springer Spaniel, and anybody that's got Springers know that they live in the water. Why would she go in to pick up the tennis ball for a dog? And secondly, as we were saying, she was wearing a full-length coat and a gilet. She was a strong swimmer. There's no way she would have done that.
No, and the divers have been there, haven't they, for quite a long time, and they haven't found anything yet. So, you know, we don't like an unsolved mystery, do we?
No, do we?
This really is so spooky. I remember once walking my dog in Richmond Park, and my dog going missing for an hour, and you get that eerie silence, you know, that where is the dog? You know, what's happened? But with a human being, it's just magnified so many more times. And I just really hope that there is a happy ending. I can't imagine what that is going to be.
It's looking unlikely, sadly. Let's have a look at the Times, Candice, should we? And migration and banning the appeals process for people who come to the UK illegally.
Yeah, so this is front page of the Times. The government wants to reduce the number of appeals that migrants can make because it can really frustrate the deportation process, as has been shown with the Rwanda plan. And this is one of Sunak's 5 pledges. So I think this is something he really wants to get on top of. This is going to be a big election issue. We will see. I think this is going to be really, really difficult. It's already met some opposition from some legal experts in this area. But I think if the government really want to get on top of tackling the small boats issue, this is the area they absolutely have to focus on.
It's very difficult. A lot of people watching and listening may say, yeah, well, right, this is how you stop it. You stop the appeals process. It sometimes seems that lawyers are using any which way they can just to get in the way. However, legally, what makes me uncomfortable is that legally an appeals process is an important part of what we have in the system, isn't it?
Yes, well, this is what they've been saying, because I think one of the tactics they want to use is they want to try and keep it as much outside the legal system as possible. I think there are provisions where you can do that. But as Adam Wagner, he's an expert on this area of the law, has said, the courts really don't like that if the government tries to bypass them. So, yeah, there are proper processes and they have to be followed, absolutely.
Do you have any thoughts on this, David, on this story that's in the Times today? Or did you not have a chance to read it, I wonder?
I haven't had a chance to read it, but I think what we've had so far is we've had an awful lot of talk and we now need some action, don't we? But I think, you know, what we're hearing sounds good. Let's hope it happens.
Now, the story that has, again, taken your attention is in the Express. The next general election, Boris is saying tax cuts will win Tories the next election.
Yes, well, we need some good news, don't we? We need something to cheer us up. We've been so negative, but actually there are an awful lot of things to be positive about. And one is, do you know that the FTSE is now at an all-time high?
7,900, isn't it?
No one's talking about that.
Yeah, 7,900, I think, is what it's quoted at.
All the bad news that you hear, you know, but there is good news out there. And
the Bank of England is actually saying that they are expecting inflation to come down and that we might have just turned the corner.
Wouldn't it be a miracle if they could turn it round, the Tories, after, you know, all the bad publicity that there's been? And, I mean, it looks like a mountain to climb, doesn't it? But where Boris is concerned, is he a help to the party or is he a bloody nuisance, really?
Well,
as far as the Prime Minister is concerned,
probably the latter, I should think.
He's never going to go away, is he? And do you think he really believes that he's going to come back and be Prime Minister again?
No.
Well, I think if any of us could actually get inside the head of Boris Johnson, we might find an awful lot of quite interesting stuff going on in there.
Well,
but does he think it?
It's problematic, this, isn't it, Candice, in the sense that, yes, tax cuts may well win the Tories the next election. Doesn't mean it's a reasonable thing to happen.
Can we afford it?
As we would all like it to happen.
Well, look, it worked for Theresa May in the Conservative leadership race, offering tax cuts. People do want pressure taken off their finances right now. It's a difficult one to square because at the moment, I think the Treasury wants to build up as much cash as it can because we're going through difficult economic times. But if you want companies to invest, if you want them to innovate, one of the ways that you can provide incentives is through tax cuts. That is a very powerful way of doing it, especially for tech companies. They can really use that, just that little bit of extra cash for more runway to invest in more staff.
So that would be stuff like corporation tax?
Yes, I think so. I was reading recently that the government wants to invest more in the British microchip industry because actually it's something that England is very strong in, and for security reasons, it's good if we can produce our own microchips. But one of the ways that you incentivise companies to do that is through tax cuts. And I think that Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak have sort of made that a little bit politically unfeasible by saying tax cuts would be stupid now, when actually they could be quite useful.
Isn't that what Liz Truss wanted to do?
Do you know, I was just looking for the quote there. There was a quote in one of the papers saying...
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
This may be a terrible thing to say right now, but was Liz Truss and Sunak, were they right?
Is she going to come back as well now? I think possibly.
Well, but it's interesting because it's about... See, this is what I don't understand. Perhaps, you know, she had a plan for growth. Yeah. Maybe it would have worked, maybe not. Who knows? Haven't got a clue. However, what it did is it spooked the markets. Yes. And the markets seem to be in control, in effect.
Yes, I think one of the problems is that they announced that very generous energy package on top of the tax cuts, and the markets weren't expecting that. That's why they got such a shock. But if they'd just been a little bit more cautious, they'd waited for the OBR to do the costing before they announced everything, probably the markets wouldn't have had the reaction they did, because Goldman Sachs even said, no, actually, these tax cuts can help grow the economy. So there was positive, there were people behind what she was doing, but they just announced too much at once.
Can I ask you about this story in the Mirror? Female celebrities refusing to work with Jeremy Clarkson. What's this all about?
Yeah, so this is a story in the Mirror about how the celebrity version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire might have to be shelved because female celebrities were angered by Jeremy Clarkson's column on Meghan Markle, refusing to appear with him, even after they had agreed to be on with him previously. So it shows that this is dogging him. Even though he's publicly apologised, it doesn't matter. Some people are just going to hold this against him.
Well, it's interesting, David, because, I mean, men and women are refusing to work with you and have done for years.
I was just going to say that if they dump him from Millionaire, I am available. But, of course, they may be wanting an older man. I don't know.
Oh. I mean, what do you make of all of this? Because he has... I mean, look, he's outspoken. That's why we like him.
Yeah.
He maybe took it a bit too far. I mean, it was a sort of nasty nasty column.
It was a reference, of course, and those people who watched Game of Thrones totally understood where the reference came from one of those episodes where one of the female characters was made as a punishment to walk naked through the streets while the population threw whatever they liked at her. And it was a reference to that. But, of course, if you didn't... it doesn't make it right to say it.
I think he went too far.
He did.
And I think his apology was sort of half-hearted, wasn't it, really? But, yes, you know, Stephen says, you know, that's him, that's his personality. And we've got to be careful, haven't we, that we get to a point where no one can say anything.
Yeah,
you know, because almost everything nowadays is offensive to somebody.
I can't imagine that his viewing... I mean, I don't know if it's true that the Grand Tour have dropped him on Amazon and all the rest of it. There's speculation on that. I don't know if it's true or not. But I can't imagine his viewing figures going down, which is surely what they actually care about.
Yes, no, I don't think his viewing figures will go down. I think there's just a sort of campaign that you know, it is misogyny and it was unattractive and, you know... maybe ITV will do something about it.
You never know. Brings us to the next story, doesn't it? Which is wonderful. I love this.
Which one? Which one are you going for?
I'm going for the one that David wants to talk about in The Star. Tom Jones and Delilah being banned.
Yeah, well...
No, I mean, it's the music of your era.
It is, absolutely. And Tom is very upset about it. Obviously, the sentiments of the song are not great.
Yes. It's Delilah.
Potentially, yes, Delilah, potentially, you know, rather violent and again, misogynistic. But... the thing about Delilah is that it's a very rousing song. I think it was Stoke City supporters who first adopted it, and then, of course, it became a rugby song as well. And it's a bit like Sweet Caroline, you know. These are just very rousing songs that people love to sing on sporting occasions.
Well, I mean, the problem with this is that, I mean, they're saying they're banning it. However, you just know the crowds are going to sing it louder and longer than ever now.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course, out of defiance, because they love this song and they don't want this song to be taken away from them. You know, my feeling on this is it's not glorifying domestic violence. No one who sings it has got that in mind. They just enjoy the song. But also, I really don't think we should be in the business of policing art. There are plenty of songs that explore these darker parts of the human psyche, and we can do that in music and art. That's absolutely fine. I don't see a problem with that.
And there are, what is it, 50,000 people in the stadium in Wales. How are you going to stop 50,000 people?
No, people are going to sing it anyway.
Song.
They're just not going to play it. That's the point, isn't it? They're not going to play the
sort
song.
of backing track.
People, you can't stop people singing.
No. I'm just going to make it more popular than ever.
Where I go to, we sing Viva El Fulham. You know,
do you?
It's another very popular anthem.
Well, you're a brave man.
Got to number 50 in the charts.
That high?
That high, yeah.
Loving it. Just quick, because we've taken a misogynistic turn, haven't we, the last few stories. The Telegraph says online misogyny is set to be outlawed.
Yes, so relevant...
But how?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So this is part of the online safety bill that's still winding its way through Parliament, and there are a few peers who want to bring in even stricter penalties for social media companies to crack down on misogyny, like fining them 10% of their global turnover, which is really onerous obligations. But as we've been discussing, people can't always agree exactly on what misogyny is. So there are some very clear examples where you can point to something and almost everyone will say, yes, that's misogynistic. But look at the Jeremy Clarkson column. Some people said it's a joke, it's a reference to Game of Thrones, whereas others just thought it was beyond the pale. So I think this is an issue with the online safety bill. Some of these things, these terms that they've used, like harmful or misogynistic, I don't think everybody always agrees on them. And I'm just so worried that the social media companies will take the most conservative approach possible to avoid these penalties and crack down on things which are actually pretty innocuous.
Is it thought police in all of this? I mean, I'm not defending misogyny in any way, shape or form, but are we having our thoughts policed as a result of all of this?
Yes, I think so, but it's very, very difficult to enforce this. This is the problem, isn't it? I mean, I don't do any online social media at all. I find it all, I mean, people who post all these things anonymously and can say anything at all, I don't know what you do about it. but I think it's quite awful sign of the times. You know, when I was in my heyday, all we had was rude letters.
Yes. Are you
You've
aware?
kept them all. You've kept them all.
Yeah, I've stopped sending them now.
Yeah. Are you aware when you're on air of what you're saying? Do you have to think twice now,
Yes,
David?
absolutely. Things that I would have said years ago, I wouldn't say now. And what's lovely about this station is that this is one place when you can actually come on here and have an opinion about things. And there aren't many places that you can do that now. So this is a sort of, you know, bastion of free speech, if you will.
Well, it is about free speech, but all views, I mean, nothing, you know, everything should be challenged and all views looked at. That's the thing. All views are valid, unless they're hateful, of course, which is a different kettle of fish. Candice, David, thank you very much indeed. We shall catch up with you both a little bit later on. Go and sing Delilah in the green room.
We'll hear it from here.
Why?
Well, here we go.
Had to get that in, didn't you, David? You did.
But anyway, we're going to talk, David, about today marking a decade since it was announced that the body of King Richard III had been discovered underneath a car park in Leicester.
Well, it was a story that absolutely captured the attention of the world's press. A dedicated team of academics found the grave, which had been lost for nearly 500 years.
Well, our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis, has more.
For nearly 500 years, King Richard III was lost, his royal resting place quite unremarkable. But a decade on, the story of his discovery remains just as astonishing.
This is the courtyard, the playground of the Victorian school that the King Richard III Visitor Centre's in, and through this door is the car park where Richard III was found.
After extensive research, writer Philippa Langley fixed upon a part of this car park, even describing a sensation in the exact place Richard was buried. A team of archaeologists from the University of Leicester started digging. Within just a few hours, he'd been found, with curved spine and DNA for proof. Phil Hackett is from the Richard III Visitors Centre.
There was an R marked on the tarmac, and she said she had a feeling that that's where he was, which, you know, obviously sounds insane, and yet she was proven right. And then on top of that, the DNA sequencing is a speciality of the University of Leicester, and the living relatives were the last ones in the line because they haven't had children. It really is the most incredible archaeological detective story ever told.
The space has been given special protection by Historic England, and the Visitors Centre is built right on the spot where Richard was found. Richard III was the last Plantagenet king. His family ruled England for 300 years, until he died at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485. In the centuries since, he's been a villain, mainly because of Tudor propaganda and Shakespeare. But many historians argue in his favour. Richard Smith is from the King Richard Society.
We know that his body wasn't chucked in the river by an angry mob. That was a silly story. They sort of make people pause a little bit and sort of just repeating other silly stories about him.
Molly studied history at uni. She volunteers helping to share Richard's story.
Keeping that enjoyment in history alive, keeping the relevance that history is alive is really important.
Richard now rests at Leicester Cathedral. It's closed for renovations, but tourists still come in their thousands. Peter is Leicester's elected mayor.
Many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of visitors brought here as a result of this. And, of course, that's a major boost for our economy as well. And we've seen, for example, an increase 60% in the number of hotel rooms in the city.
Jane is from Sheffield. She's visiting family, but couldn't miss the chance to come here.
I mean, I can remember when they said, you know, they're going to dig, try and find him, and you think, well, needle in a haystack, don't you? And the fact that they actually found it and then helped to prove, obviously, that it was him, it's amazing.
In a fresh turn for the tale, the remaining car park is up for auction. It's expected to reach £4 million. The story that comes with it is quite priceless. Will Hollis, GB News in Leicester.
I'd like to go to that visitors' centre. I've not been.
No,
Should
it's
do.
fascinating, actually.
It's an incredible story.
Yes, I know. Wonderful. It's, when you think that one woman, Philippa, who was quite determined that he was there, and she was right.
But she was laughed at, wasn't she?
She was. Nobody took her seriously at all.
Oh,
and then the academics took over.
But it is remarkable, the fact he was under, it was marked R.
Yes, and Nobody wondered why.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, there you go.
We've got lots of views, haven't we, coming in?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Stephen, on the NHS and things. Stephen says, we currently spend $220 billion a year on the NHS for 65 million people. I don't think it's quite that much, but it's about 180, I think. But it would be much cheaper for everyone to have private health insurance. Well, yes, in some respects it would, but then it's the individual means to pay for that, isn't it?
Yeah. But
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Frida says something I think that an awful lot of people think. The NHS needs less directors and executives and chief executives. There are too many levels of management and not enough down-to-earth workers, as you might say. Let's put more feet on the shop floor. And actually, it's been picked up by Simon, who says, why not cut the wages of all the office boards that are high? They're not medically trained. They only work short hours. There are too many. And then pass the savings down to the front line. The bag would save millions.
Yeah. Do you know what puts me off that, though? And that's because I would have thought exactly along those lines. And then a few weeks ago, I spoke to a sort of senior GP who's involved in, slightly higher up the chain, if you like, than your standard GP. Can't remember her exact title. And she said, no, actually, what the management do a very important job in keeping the thing working. And if you reduce the managers, then the system would grind to a halt. Now, she's someone who understands the system, and we don't. I'm not saying she's absolutely right, but it's an interesting perspective.
Well, we've got a point on the backlog from Pete, who says, I am not waiting for an op, but I had a heart attack in June 2020, a quadruple bypass in September 2020. It's the follow-up that's taken ages. I got referred back to a cardiologist in September 21, had a telephone consultation in June 2022, and it took 13 months to get my results. Do you know, the 111 system, I actually had personal involvement with this over Christmas when I desperately needed a repeat prescription. And I rang 111 at 12:30 on Saturday, and they promised that a doctor would get back to me, which they did, at 4:30 on Monday, 3 days later. And I've mentioned this to a few people who said that they've had exactly the same problem with 111. It's good intentioned, but my goodness, it takes forever to reply.
But it's probably like everything else. It's probably absolutely backlogged. This is the problem, because everyone's now thinking, well, I'll ring 111 because I can't get through to anything else. So everything is just getting jammed.
Well, thank goodness I wasn't having a heart attack at 12:30 on Saturday, because I wouldn't be here today.
Well, no, but you'd be... I think a heart attack is a Category 2. It's not even a Category 1 now. You wouldn't get an ambulance for 3 hours.
Exactly.
Anyway, look, don't go anywhere. Much more to come for you, including the latest from the investigation into the Deputy Prime Minister's alleged bullying.
Good morning, Alex Deacon here with your weekend weather update. Most of us will be dry across England and Wales today. Some rain crossing Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's mild today, will be colder tomorrow, but an awful lot brighter. Here's the picture at the moment. High pressure in control, and we're between two weather fronts. In here, some pretty mild air, but this weather front is mixing things up a little bit, introducing cloud and rain to the Western Isles at the moment, and that rain will push steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland during this morning. For most of England and Wales, it's dry, a bit of drizzle here and there on western coasts and hills, and some breaks in the cloud here and there to reveal a bit of sunshine over the Midlands, eastern England at times. There's the rain working its way through the central belt and down towards the east of Northern Ireland by the end of the afternoon. It is mild, temperatures 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 Celsius. Feeling cooler, though, as the rain pushes in across parts of the north this afternoon. And through this evening, that rain will trickle into northern England and North Wales. It's kind of fizzling out as it sinks its way southwards, so not much rain at all across southern counties during the early hours. Behind it, clearer skies and colder air, so it will be a much colder night tonight compared to the one just gone. Fairly extensive frost, certainly in rural parts from the Midlands northwards, temperatures dipping below freezing, and even in some towns and cities. It does lead to a much brighter day tomorrow, though. Plenty of sunshine on offer. A bit of a breeze, perhaps, along some of these North Sea coasts, particularly Norfolk and in the far northwest. A bit more cloud maybe here, but generally plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine to come tomorrow. It will be a colder feeling day, certainly first thing, but in the afternoon, these temperatures 7 to 9 degrees, about average for the time of year with light winds. Won't feel too bad at all. The outlook is for much of the UK to remain fairly dry, certainly through the first half of next week, and staying colder than it is now, but still with temperatures around the February average.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you. Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even some ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway,
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, Andrew Pierce here. Join me every Friday lunchtime for a proper no-nonsense debrief of the week's events. With special guests in the studio and the GB News team on the ground, I'll be getting you up to date with news, some intelligent discussion and my own sharp take. The weekend starts here with me every Friday lunchtime on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Rishi Sunak remains under pressure to suspend his deputy, Dominic Raab, until allegations of bullying are resolved.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 4th of February. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Angela. These are your top stories today.
A former Tory chairman says Dominic Raab should be suspended as Deputy Prime Minister until an inquiry into bullying allegations against him are over. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the Prime Minister to reveal just how much he actually knew about the accusations before the official inquiry began.
The search for Nicola Bulley could be winding down as police now believe she may have accidentally drowned. A major search for Ms Bulley has been going on for a week now, but still there's been no trace of her found.
And rugby fans are counting down to the start of one of the most competitive Six Nations tournaments in recent years. We'll tell you everything you need to know.
And as always, we'd love to hear from you, whatever you want to talk about this morning. Just drop us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, the Prime Minister remains under pressure this morning to suspend his deputy, Dominic Raab, until an inquiry into bullying allegations against him is concluded.
Well, Rishi Sunak is also standing by Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, despite Downing Street not denying that he may have failed to advise the Prime Minister of a written complaint about Dominic Raab. Mr Raab, meanwhile, denies all allegations of bullying.
Elsewhere, the government has also been accused of politicising the civil service after a whistleblower alleged that civil servants saw it as their job to protect ministers rather than to serve the public.
Well, let's speak to the co-founder of Conservatives Against Racism, Aldi Amankona. Good to see you, Albi.
Good morning.
I mean, this is just like a lingering wound now for the Prime Minister, isn't it?
It is like a lingering wound for the Prime Minister, and not just this Prime Minister. It feels very similar to almost where we were last February, wasn't it? With all of these allegations rolling on of ministers misbehaving, of Partygate, which then rolled into the end of Boris Johnson. Now, I very much hope that doesn't happen to Rishi Sunak, but he really does need to get a grip of this situation quite quickly. I'm sure what he will say is that he wants to wait for this investigation by Adam Tolley Casey to be concluded before he makes his decision on the future of Dominic Raab. But I think for both the Prime Minister and for Dominic Raab, and actually for the Conservative Party, this issue needs to be resolved as quickly as possible.
There's a quote from the Times which says some in Downing Street, never mind the government itself, in Parliament, believe the scale of complaints against the Deputy PM. Raab is facing at least 24 separate bullying allegations, make his position untenable. It is basically a time bomb that we're waiting to go off, one source said. I mean, it's more than that. It's a boil that needs to be lanced. And my question is, why is it taking so long? Because some of the allegations go back 6 years.
Yes, some of the allegations do go back quite some time there. We've seen a story, I think, in The Guardian from Nish Kumar, or The Independent, rather, from Nish Kumar talking about making a really quite salacious allegation that Dominic Raab can't tell the difference between Asian people, a really quite a racially sensitive topic.
Yes.
But there is also a sense from some people that perhaps there's some sort of media witch hunt going on against Dominic Raab. That's certainly something else that we're hearing from people. Look, ultimately, there's a lot of speculation at the moment, and that's why there's this investigation. And I think it's right that the investigation is allowed to conclude, but it does need to happen as soon as possible.
There's got to be pressure now. I mean, maybe even coming from Number 10 on Dominic Raab for him to say, because he denies the allegations against him, right? To say, well, I deny all of this, I still deny all of this, but for the sake of the government, I'm going to step down.
Look, that is certainly an option available to Dominic Raab, but the question is, if he was going to do that, would he not have already done that already? And I think, having watched Prime Minister's Questions on Wednesday, where we saw the two gentlemen, Rishi Sunak and Dominic Raab, sitting right next to each other, I think that was a very clear signal to show that the Prime Minister is actually being loyal to Dominic Raab, who, of course, was one of his key allies during his leadership contest, his unsuccessful leadership contest last summer.
Let's move on and talk about something which is sort of good news, because there's the Department for Levelling Up is apparently going to give £6.5 million in regional funding to 64 councils to allow them to build fully accessible toilets in their area. On my theme of why are things taking so long, I saw that back in, 1965, I think 1963, which was, 60 years ago, an architect called Selwyn Goldsmith designed a disabled guidance tract, which he gave to all architects and which local authority planners follow, which said that you have to make all public buildings accessible. That was 60 years ago. Why are we only getting this money now for public toilets?
Well, all public buildings still aren't accessible 60 years later. So it is a huge problem, actually, when we talk about how difficult it is for disabled people in Britain to live their lives as freely and as easily as everyone else. This is a minority group that accounts for 22% of the population, yet in some areas the public toilet facilities aren't proper and acceptable. If we look at many of the tube stations here in London, they're not disabled accessible. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make the country more accessible, but this is an important step in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a long campaign, hasn't there? I mean, they call them changing places, because they have to be very large rooms, and sometimes with tables where adults can be in hoists and all the rest of it to get adults onto tables. Because we're talking about adults' rights to be able to leave their home and be able to manage whilst they're out.
Precisely. It's really important. And we talk a lot nowadays about the disadvantages that people face, about discrimination in society, about things like institutional racism or sexism or homophobia, but we very rarely speak about how actually this country is simply not built for disabled people. And I think that is a topic of conversation which deserves much closer attention.
And it's not just London tube stations that you can't... all of them. I mean, there are lifts in a few of them, but most of them are not accessible. But railway stations, I mean, you go to railway stations and some of the more modern ones do have lifts so that you can go from one platform to another. But I've been to railway stations out in the country where you simply cannot. And what does that do to someone who is disabled?
Railway stations, public buildings, you name it, it's not disabled accessible. But also, we've got to remember that we live in a country which was one of the first to industrialise in the world. A lot of our buildings are incredibly old when these issues simply weren't at the top of people's minds when they were designing our infrastructure. It's going to take a long time for that to be rectified, but it's good that we're making the work start now.
Yeah, it is. Albi, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
If you're affected by that, if you're someone who uses changing places, I know my friend Luke up in Market Bosworth, he's been campaigning on this for a long time because he needs to use changing places. And he's just messaged me.
Just messaged
me. Morning, Luke.
Good morning, Luke.
Just as mentioned you. And I think this is a really important step forward, isn't it? So it's, you know, good on the government for doing this. We just need to get them implemented now.
Yeah, except that it's 64 councils and it's just under 7 million. That's actually not a lot of money to each council, is it?
Well, it's not, no, but is it enough to build one main changing place?
Maybe.
With each one?
Anyhow, let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories that we've got around at the moment. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has postponed his planned visit to Beijing, saying the discovery of China's spy balloon over America would have undermined his visit, while China maintains that it was, in fact, a civilian airship which has been blown off course. But Blinken's made it clear that he rejects that claim, with the White House calling it a clear violation of US sovereignty.
The search for missing mum of two, Nicola Bulley, has entered its 9th day as police vow to bring her home. That rhetoric may have changed slightly because officers investigating her disappearance now believe she fell into the river wire accidentally. The investigation is still focusing on a 10-minute window between 10 and 20 past 9 where she was unaccounted for.
Health leaders are warning that the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the ongoing strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times than they do now. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day that the health service has ever seen.
Well, meanwhile, the Royal College of Nursing in Wales has joined Welsh ambulance workers in cancelling planned strikes for next week following new pay offers from the Welsh Government. The offer is an additional 3% for RCN members. It comes amid the latest wave of rail strikes yesterday as train drivers walked out for the second time this week. RMT and ASLEF union members demanding better pay and working conditions.
Now, the former rock singer Gary Glitter has been released from prison halfway through his 16-year sentence.
Well, the 79-year-old was jailed in 2015 for sexually abusing 3 schoolgirls. The Ministry of Justice says he will be subject to the strictest licence conditions, including being fitted with a GPS tag.
Specialist investigator William Merritt joins us now. William, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I think, you know, we've got here someone who had committed some really horrendous crimes back in 2015 when he was sent to jail initially. 10 and 11-year-old. Those were the girls that he abused. And at the time, the judge was absolutely excoriating in the comments that he made at his trial, saying that he had made a terrible impact on these children's lives. What people want to know is, now he's been let out, and I think you'll explain to us in a moment why he's been let out halfway through his term. What exactly will it mean that he's going to be under surveillance?
Yes, he will. I think, to make it clear, initially I wasn't involved in the Gary Glitter case. I was involved in a number of other historical sex offence cases with celebrities. But as far as Gary Glitter goes, unless someone is sentenced to a whole of life imprisonment, it is inevitable that they will be released partway through serving their sentence. And normally it's about halfway through, unless, of course, there's a reason to the contrary. But what the public need to know is that he was released under licence, and there will be strict controls on him, very strict controls. He'll have to report regularly. Normally it's once a week. I'm not sure in his case. He will be restricted as to what he can do, his business, as in the Rolf Harris case. Rolf couldn't sell any of his paintings while he was under licence. And of course, if he reoffends in any way whatsoever, then he'll go back into prison and finish serving his full 16 years.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people do get angry when people are released from prison before the end of their term, but it is worth bearing in mind that the licences can be, and we're told in this case, can be very strict. I mean, he won't be able to have a relationship, a sexual relationship with anyone, will he, without informing probation first and getting permission and disclosing who he is and all that sort of thing. I mean, he will actually not be living a free life, will he, as most of us know it?
That is absolutely correct. And if you look at his history, I think there were at least 19 countries that wouldn't allow him in the country, probably a lot more now. So he won't be able to move around freely. He'll have to stay in the UK. He can't use the pseudonyms that he's used in other countries before to try and hide who he is. Everyone will know who he is. And from my experience with the celebrities that have been released, they may as well be back in jail. In fact, it's worse. If they go outside, they're abused. It is not an easy life. And for the next 8 years, you wouldn't want to be Gary Glitter.
Well, I mean, he had a fixed penalty. He had a fixed term sentence, which is why he was let out halfway through. That has now been changed, and in fact, since 2022, rather, you would, if you've got a fixed penalty, you come out after 2/3 of your time. Now, one of the 10-year-olds that he abused, I mean, I can't get your head around the fact that he was trying to have sex with a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old, but one of the 10-year-olds who at the time, as I say, the judge commented on the fact that their lives were destroyed. She has actually, while not being named, has come out and publicly said it's taken her life away from her. She doesn't feel that she has had justice. Is it at all possible that people can say, well, I know he was sentenced before 2022, therefore the 2/3 doesn't apply to him. But can they go back to court and say, look, this man should not have been let out at these times because he's a serial offender going back to 2006 when he spent 2.5 years in jail in Cambodia for a similar offence?
This is where it gets a little bit difficult for me because certainly I've got no time for the man. The videos that he was found in possession of, he's admitted to the child abuse videos and porn. And as a father of three daughters and 5 grandchildren, I detest the man. But all that aside, I was involved in the Rolf Harris case and I wrote a book on it. And there was an 8-year-old there who was made allegations against Rolf Harris and he was convicted on it. And the judge was absolutely adamant that she was telling the truth. He had no doubt. But this was Operation U-Tree, and with Gary Glitter, he was the first of the Operation U-Tree. That's Scotland Yard's Operation U-Tree. As I discovered with my investigations, they were inept. They were not fit for purpose. And we overturned the Rolf Harris conviction of the 8-year-old and showed beyond any doubt at all that she had lied, that he was never there. The judge got it wrong, the jury got it wrong, and Operation U-Tree misguided them in their investigation. So in this particular case, I can't comment because Gary Glitter did not have the benefit, I don't know if that's a good word to use, but he did not have his own investigators look at the evidence that U-Tree presented to the court. The only thing I can say is that the judge who is now the late Justice McCreath, was a good judge. I had him on a couple of cases, and I think he was a fair judge. So whether conviction was a good conviction or not, I don't know. But on the cases that I was involved in with Operation U Tree, there must have been at least about 18 with about 150 charges. Of those 150, only 2% success rate by Operation U Tree. So I'm the wrong person to ask about the 10-year-old.
William, with respect, I don't think that the Rolf Harris case is relevant in what we're discussing here. This is a man who has been shown by the legal system in more than one country to be a serial paedophile. Yes. And the point that I am trying to get at is whether or not you, as someone who has been involved in investigating cases like this, feel that a man who is a serial paedophile, who is recognised as that, who was sent to jail for 15 years and has been let out after the half term because he was convicted before 2022, that actually there is a valid question to be asked as to whether or not, in fact, his case should have come up for review, and instead of being let out after half the term served, he should have been kept in prison until at least 2/3 of his prison time had been served, which is what the new legislation exists for.
I'm surprised it wasn't reviewed. As I said, I don't know enough about the Gary Clitter case, but I would have thought that a parole board would have had to looked at it and decided that he was going to be released on licence. If it wasn't, then I agree with you. He certainly should have been looked at very closely. But someone has made the decision that he can be released after 8 years on licence, and that is, of course, the prison authorities and the justice system that would have to answer that rather than me.
William,
but I agree with you. I don't want to see these predators and sex offenders out on the street. I doubt if he'll be out on the street. I think he'll be probably confined to his own home, and he'll be living a nightmare.
Yeah, well, that may be some sort of cold comfort to some people involved in this. William, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Now, don't go anywhere, because when we return, we're going to be previewing this weekend's games from a packed Premier League and Six Nations. That's with Aidan in just a couple of minutes.
He's the king of breakfast TV, and he's back.
Eamon Holmes, back on the TV with me this morning.
Even remember my name.
I know, it's been 4 months. You have holy water by your bed?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
already to bless.
Yeah. Oh, Eamon. Oh.
Why do you not believe anything I say?
Eamon Holmes back on GB News Breakfast at 6 a.m.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you.
She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you. Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway...
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my two comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, Andrew Pierce here. Join me every Friday lunchtime for a proper no-nonsense debrief of the week's events. With special guests in the studio and the GB News team on the ground, I'll be getting you up to date with news, some intelligent discussion, and my own sharp take. The weekend starts here with me every Friday lunchtime on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's 23 minutes past 7 and a very warm welcome back to today's programme. Is Jeremy Clarkson getting cancelled? Well, we're asking. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Celebrity Special has been shelved after apparently female stars refused to work with the host Jeremy Clarkson over his comments about Meghan Markle. We'll get the latest by 7:45.
Yes, and at 8:20 we'll join others in marking 10 years since the amazing discovery of King Richard III in a car park in Leicester. We'll see how the city's marking the anniversary a decade on from that remarkable excavation.
Do get in touch all the usual ways. Email gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, let's go through all the sport for you this morning. Aidan McGee is here, as always. Morning, Aidan.
Morning,
we've got to talk Six Nations.
Yeah.
And we've got to talk smart balls.
Yeah, exactly. I only learned about this yesterday. So they're actually charging... It's a trial at the moment. They're trialling it in the Six Nations. They're going to charge the ball as if you would charge a phone or any other electronic device. The idea is that the information that comes from that, from the chip inside the ball, will tell fans information. Possibly, we're not going to see it straight away, but we're trialling it in this Six Nations. But possibly in future, we'll be able to see information like how fast the ball is travelling.
How hard it's been kicked.
Absolutely. How much pressure is being put on the ball at any one time during a scrum, for example. Things like rotations, how much spin is on the ball. It could also help officials as well in terms of if the chip, a bit like you know, like in tennis we have Hawkeye and we're able to determine exactly where the ball falls. A bit similar to in football as well. Now we've got the goal line technology. It'll be able to give us more accurate readings of where the ball is on the pitch, and so it's more for coverage really. It's probably one for future because there's trialling at the moment. But it's interesting seeing there is a little valve inside this ball. It's not just the valve for pumping up the ball, but it's also for sticking in a charger as well.
Is that all the kind of information that people want when they're watching an international rugby match? They want to know what's actually happening on the field.
I'm not convinced they do, but you know what television companies are like? They like gadgets, they like gizmos, they like anything that they think can take it to the next level. I mean, I was happy as a kid when Andy Gray used to be on Sky with his marker pen on the board. That was enough for me. But I didn't think it could possibly go any higher than that. But yeah, it's something to watch out for. Hopefully we'll get a demonstration of it. If I can get hold of the ball at some stage and during the tournament, and we'll see how it works.
Yeah. Are they using it in the Six Nations?
They are. They're going to use it, yeah, but they're trialling at the moment, so we won't see the results. I think someone will put a presentation together in the next couple of weeks. But the players have been out on the training pitch this week in the frost and working out exactly what it can do. But it might be quite exciting. You never know. I was quite intrigued by it anyway.
Yeah. No. But today, of course, we've got Wales, Ireland, Scotland, England. It's going to be quite a busy day.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got France and Italy playing off tomorrow. I think France are the favourites of this tournament. They're the holders. The defending champions don't tend to fare too well in this tournament. It's been a few years since anyone's actually defended the Six Nations title. Wales, I wouldn't say they're particularly fancied in this event, considering they won it 2 years ago. They weren't particularly impressive last year. But they're under the roof at the Principality Stadium. That makes a difference with the atmosphere.
You've got Warren Gatland back.
They have indeed, yeah, exactly. So they've gone back to the future. So just in common with England, they've gone back to, or they've got a new coach. So that'll affect the dynamics as well. But Ireland are made up mostly of a team which is formed of the Leinster side, which is sweeping all before them at the moment. So I think for Ireland are the world #1. Don't forget, we should remember that. And I think they'll be quite competitive, at least in this tournament. They probably will be. I think it's between themselves and France. Now, of course, we've got England, Scotland today. Scotland with nothing to fear. I think it's three wins.
That.
Well, yeah, but they historically haven't done well against England. But if you look at the last 5 meetings, it's 3 wins and 1 draw. They won at Twickenham 2 years ago. They won at Murrayfield last year. They've very much got the wind in their sails, and they're at Twickenham today. And yeah, it's going to be a huge crowd. Of course, we're going to have a guest from the Cabbage Patch, the pub over there. But it's so big, this tournament now. You know, the international game is so healthy in rugby union, much more so than the club game. Now, there could be problems with that going forward because it's the club game that provides the players for the international game. The club game's struggling, but I'll tell you what, nobody comes out. The numbers don't come out quite as much as they do for the Six Nations, that's for sure, the international matches. Watching England is the biggest show in town. The coach has come in, Steve Borthwick. He's left out Manu Tuilagi yesterday, we know that. He didn't make wholesale changes. He's changed half the team, but the squad doesn't look that much different. And I think they're trying to move on, Steve Borthwick, from the Eddie Jones era. He's certainly moved on. He's gone and taken over Australia. So a brilliant day of action today. We've got Wales, Ireland starting at 2:15. England, Scotland is 4:45. And we'll have all the reflection on that from tomorrow.
Lovely. What about the Premier League this morning? Enzo Fernandez didn't do Chelsea any good, did he?
No, he didn't hold the win, but he didn't play badly. I mean, it was just weird, Stephen. It was kind of... You know, it was meant to be their big night. They're playing their neighbours from down the road. They're in town. The neighbours who beat them, 3 weeks ago at Craven Cottage, they owed them one. And then they put in Hakim Ziyech, who, I mean, he was a sheet of paper away from joining PSG on deadline day, and it was a mess up on the paperwork. And I think he was probably given a start just to say sorry, I think. But they bought all these players. I think £289 million they spent in January. They went close a couple of times, but Fulham were hugely impressive. Now, it's for the first time in a long time, 2 other West London clubs are ahead of Chelsea in the Premier League. Brentford are higher than them, and Fulham as well. Fulham look very impressive, as I say. I just don't know I don't know what happens now from here on. You can't keep saying, the manager, Graham Potter, can't keep saying, we're just looking at these players. Yes, they've signed lots of players. Yes, they've got to integrate lots of new names into the squad. But they've got to qualify for the Champions League. These players aren't going to hang around too long, even on 8-year contracts, if they're not in the Champions League. That's what they've signed for. And last night they weren't convincing.
What are we seeing this weekend?
Everton is huge because Sean Dyche takes over. They didn't sign a single player in January, Angela. You know, they were crying out for reinforcements. Chelsea spending £300 million. Everton couldn't get anybody over the line. Their biggest signing, though, might just be their manager. If he can galvanise the team, much the same as Frank Lampard did last year, to be fair to him, if he can galvanise the side, if he can get the culture right, if he can get the players right for these last few games. And we've got more games than we realise as well, because we've had a World Cup in the middle of the season, so the fixtures have been concertina. There are plenty of points to play for. And in all the analysis of Everton, no one's looked at the table. They're 2 points off safety. It's not irretrievable. It's not irretrievable. And starting today, listen, they've got Arsenal at home, they've got Liverpool next week. That's going to be extremely difficult. But after that, if there's enough points available from on the board, everything's to play for. There's enough poor teams down there to make it interesting.
What about Man United and Crystal Palace?
Well, United have been playing pretty well. I'm more interested actually in the Liverpool game at Wolves because well, I am actually because I mean United played Palace a few weeks ago and it was 1-1. United are doing all right. They haven't lost many games lately. They beat Manchester City recently, of course. Liverpool in trouble because they've got real problems in their midfield and they need reinforcements. And once again, if they don't qualify for the Champions League, with that barrier being set at £108 million for Chelsea signing a midfielder, how much is Jude Bellingham going to be in the summer? He's going to be even more than Liverpool want to pay. If they're not in the Champions League, very, very hard to attract players.
I can't get past the figures.
I know.
It's 300 million.
That's just in 1 month.
Ah!
Let me tell you this, Angela. Chelsea alone in January spent more than Italy, Spain, Germany and France. All 4 of the other major leagues in Europe, they spent more than the aggregated amount that those clubs spent. It's extraordinary.
Wow.
Talking of big money, just very quickly.
Yeah.
AJ.
Yeah, April Fool's Day. He's going to square off against Jermaine Franklin of America. He lost to Dylan White just before Christmas there. Look, he's got to keep moving. It's a big time in Anthony Joshua's career. We'll find out just how good he is in the next few months.
Yeah, that'll be a big match, though, won't it?
Yeah.
Great stuff. Aidan, we'll catch you a little bit later on.
I've got to find a picture of myself as a 5-year-old, is that right?
Yes, but it's embargoed, so don't talk about it.
Oh, goodness me, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Honestly, you can't tell him anything. You cannot tell him anything. It's a story we're not allowed to talk about till 9:30, but there you go. You're fired. Sorry about that.
We got more to come that we can talk about. All the news and views from this morning's newspapers alongside David Hamilton and Candice Holdsworth. That's coming up.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions.
I have no time for cultural totalitarianism.
We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela at 35 minutes past 7.
Let's have a look at the newspapers for you this morning. The Times reports on Rishi Sunak preparing for a battle with the courts over plans to prevent migrants who've reached the UK illegally from appealing against their deportation.
The Mail gives light to Lancashire Police's assessment that Nicola Bulley may have fallen into a river after trying to receive her dog's ball.
The Eye draws attention to a hormone replacement medication, the shortage of which is impacting the lives of millions of women across the UK.
And The Telegraph reports on the government's declaration that online misogyny should be banned, as well as Lancashire Police belief that Nicola Bulley may have drowned in a river.
And in the Mirror, we're told that the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire celebrity special has been shelved after female stars refused to work with Jeremy Clarkson after those comments he made about Meghan Markle.
And finally, The Star says Psycho Owl is holding us hostage amid a series of attacks, apparently, in the Black Country.
Well, let's go through those papers in a bit more detail with the writer Candice Holdsworth and radio and television. Oh, I can't get my words out. Broadcasting legend who never fluffs his lines.
He doesn't fluff at them either.
Easy for you.
I'm giving up.
Easy for you to say it.
Yeah.
I'm giving up, Dave. What's the point? I'm surrounded by legends. I'm just going to go home.
Blame it on the hamstring.
Yeah, my dodgy hamstring. You're right. Anyway, look, to serious matters, David. Let's talk about Gary Glitter.
Yes, there's a headline, very strong headline in the Mirror today, which is no shame, no remorse. And there is a great deal of upset about the fact that Gary Glitter has been released halfway through his sentence, which, of course, is normal practice. Raising the question, I suppose, are sentences long enough? I knew him, I have to say, I knew him quite well in the 70s, professionally, but not socially. Make that point clear. I went to see his Christmas shows. He was a fantastic showman. And it was a tragedy, really, because those shows could have run year after year, decade after decade. And unfortunately, because of his proclivities, he just absolutely wrecked his career. But I have a story that about Gary Glitter, which is quite strange. In 1973, that was his big year, the year that he had all the hit records, and one of them was The Leader of the Gang, which, of course, was the motorbike song. And that was a record of the week on my Radio 1 show. And at the time, one of the other things I was doing, I was the MC at Reading Speedway, and we used to have a guest star come along with me every week, and very often they'd do a lap with one of the riders. And Gary Glitter, who was obviously commanding a lot of money in those days, said that he would do it for nothing, and he would drive around the track in his Rolls Royce. So it was a huge crowd, as you can imagine, both for the Speedway and for him. And he drove around waving to the crowd, who all booed him.
Really?
Yeah, and this was in the early days, and I was told that it was because it was the only time that season that the team lost, and they saw him as a bad omen. But I wonder now, looking back, if perhaps they knew something that I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's extraordinary. So I had to take him out for dinner afterwards to make up for the... I was so embarrassed. You know, he was my guest. He wasn't being paid. And he was booed by the crowd there.
Yeah. Well, he's being booed by our audience as well this morning, because I think now we've been asking for comments about things, and so if I can just interrupt what you think about the papers. Jeff says it's no good moaning about Glitter's release now. The uproar should have been at the start of his sentence. The poor sentences are the problem, and I think you agreed with that.
Mind you, 16 years is not a short sentence, to be fair. But no, you do get it. But I think it's the unlicensed business which does significantly impact their lives. Mark says, why is it our sentences are structured to give time off for good behaviour instead of increased sentences for bad? Well, you can be kept in for bad behaviour, can't you? You won't get that parole.
And Jay says, let's be honest, it's not the first time Gary's been jailed for this, and unfortunately, I feel it will not be the last.
Well, look, I hope you're wrong on that one for the sake
I think we all do.
For the sake of everybody else, let's hope you're wrong.
Yeah.
Candice, let's have a look at the Mail, should we? Free speech.
Yes.
What's going on with free speech?
Yes, so this is in the Daily Mail. This is about the higher education bill, so this is also making its way through Parliament. It was going to be watered down. Conservative peers were opposing some amendments that would only make going to the courts an absolute last resort for people who felt at universities that their free speech rights had been infringed upon. So now they're saying, no, people should immediately be able to seek legal compensation if they've been no-platformed, whatever. What they're hoping is that this will stop universities from no-platforming speakers or having people's appearances cancelled, and that will cultivate a culture of free speech. Of course, it's horrible that we have to legislate for these sorts of things, but as we've seen, unfortunately, at universities anymore, it just isn't a guarantee anymore that you have free speech.
Yeah, it has affected speakers, hasn't it?
It's crazy, isn't it, David? I mean, unless you toe the party line, as it were, then you stand a very good chance of just being
Or even the party line is not always acceptable, is it?
No.
It really is crazy, isn't it? So many people have been cancelled, and I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
I sort of think
something must be done about it.
Well, I sort of think particularly for universities, where you should be challenged, you should be listening to views that you disagree with and are uncomfortable with.
Definitely.
Because that's how you form your arguments against it.
It should be a crucible of open opinion.
We're allowed one view,
yes.
and that's it.
Yes.
We're allowed one view, and if you don't agree with us, then you're out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think that the Sun have got opinions on whether or not Harry and Meghan will be invited to the coronation. They seem to think that
Yes,
he
well,
will.
apparently the Sun is convinced that they will be invited, and it does seem to be, the right thing for the King to do, I think, to invite them. Perhaps the right thing for them to decline.
Yes.
The alternative is that apparently Harry has had offers to commentate on the event for American television. I mean, serious amounts of money. So when you think about it, he could actually do more harm by doing that than he could by coming here, not being on the balcony, and being, a few pews back.
Well, I think it's absolutely right that they're invited, because it means that the royal family are then above reproach, aren't they?
Yes.
They can't be criticised.
Yeah. But you see, my problem with all of this, I don't know how you feel about it, Candice, is that I think the King is between a rock and a hard place, because he's damned if he doesn't invite them and he's damned if he does. My feeling is that if they do come, instead of the whole ceremony of a coronation, which most people in this country have never seen, unless you're,
It's going to be the Harry and Meghan show.
It's going to be the Harry and Meghan show.
Yeah.
They are whatever happens, they are going to be a three-ring circus, and that's what I find difficult to take, because I think it should be a time where we're looking at our history, at our heritage, and it is a solemn moment in this country's history. I don't know what you feel about that.
That's the problem, because it's becoming all about them. But actually, this is about the country as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think that's why attitudes are quite hard about the coronation. You can understand why Charles, as a father, would want his son there, and maybe also they're trying to just mitigate any damage by keeping them in the fold rather than outside. But if it becomes about Harry and Meghan, that will be really bad for history, because this is such a historic occasion.
I think we're all still talking about it, but we can't honestly believe this is all happening.
I know.
I mean, the whole thing is just, that's why everybody keeps talking about it. It's just incredible, isn't it? To attack your own family in this way just seems,
It is May the 6th is not just the coronation, it's also Archie's birthday. So that would be a perfectly good reason why Mum and Dad decide to stay at home.
Yes.
Well,
it could.
I think you've got the answer.
It could.
Could well be. Well, we shall see.
I'll drop them a note.
Let's have a look at the eye, Candice, and another HRT shortage. Didn't we already have one of these?
Yes, so this is ongoing. I mean, basically, the story in the Eye covers how there's a new HRT shortage and it's hitting women across the UK, though not equally. So there are some pharmacies which still do have supplies and some that don't. And women don't necessarily know whether their pharmacy has a shortage. Last year, the outgoing health secretary set up a task force to tackle this problem, but the person that he appointed as the head, she left. So there's just been constant turnover of personnel at the head of this task force. So now we've got the problem again. It's just not being tackled properly.
But what's the delay? What?
Supply chain issues. So this has been going on, I think, across all pharmaceuticals, but it's really hit HRT hard. And so they need to find some way of solving that, because maybe the supply chain issue isn't going to go away, and women are being really severely affected by it.
Sorry, I mean, women will say, oh, supply chain issues. What a lovely excuse for me not getting my HRT. But does that mean that people aren't making it, that they've run out of the ingredients, that it's being made elsewhere and we can't get it into the country?
Exactly.
What exactly does it mean?
Yes, exactly. So this is what women's health experts are saying, that there's just been a total failure of communication. We don't know really what's causing the problems. How are we going to solve it in the future? And this has been going on now for quite a while, since last year.
We're keeping quiet on this one, David. I think.
Yeah, well, I know it is. I know it is a great problem. I know there is a great shortage of HRT, and
And it is devastating for many women who don't just take it because it's the fashionable thing to do. They actually take it because they need it.
Yes.
It is something that changes their lives when they're going through the menopause.
Well, let's cheer things up a little bit, should we, in the Sun, and work out what we're going to all play when we pop our clogs. David?
Well, I don't know why you're looking at me when you talk about popping clogs. I'm still here. Just about. What would you have played at your funeral?
I always joked, because I always said I'd be cremated, though that's changed now, but I always said I'd have Burn, Baby Burn, Disco Inferno. But it's obviously... but I won't.
Here's another one for you, Disco Inferno.
So what's this Pop Your Clogs song, then?
Yeah, these are songs that are played at people's funerals.
Oh, I see.
You can rely on the sun for this. There are the usual ones like, My Way and You'll Never Walk Alone, Over the Rainbow, and things like that. But there are one or two that are real surprises. And one here is Meatloaf and Bat Out of Hell.
Oh!
Can you imagine that? Here's another really good one. This is Pink Floyd and Comfortably Numb.
Oh, Comfortably Numb. Oh, that's a thoroughly depressing tune.
Yeah, what about this? This will cheer you up. Don't Fear the Reaper. Flying Without Wings.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah, and Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven.
Oh, well, yes. I actually had a friend who at his funeral, he had Wish Me Luck as You Wave Me Goodbye.
Yes.
And he was carried out on the shoulders of people in the television industry, and the vicar, who every year appeared in pantomime as the pantomime dame, was also in the full vicar's regalia behind the coffin, singing at the top of his voice, Wish Me Luck as you wave. And in fact, we all did. And it was a lovely way to say goodbye to a wonderful, wonderful man.
That is brilliant.
It was just, he was called John Bartlett. He was a director at Westwood Television, and he was loved by everyone. And honestly, we all stood up in the church and just sort of said, bye, John. And it was a lovely way to do it, actually.
Isn't that where you started out, Westwood Television?
No, I started out at the BBC in the West Country. But,
BBC, yeah.
Yeah, but with
I
Westwood
remember
afterwards.
Westwood Television, Gus Honeybun.
Absolutely.
Why do I know that name?
Gus Honeybun.
Well, he
was a rabbit, a children's rabbit, and he had big ears. Yeah. And he used to give a wiggle if it was a child's birthday, or wiggle his ears, or... Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why I remember that.
He had a big ears and had a wiggle. Does it
oh, well, there you go.
Oh, dear. All before your time, Candice.
We're back to the
All before your time.
Can we have a look at this? And I find this really disturbing. Just briefly, Candice, the Telegraph looking at dental deserts.
Yes, so there are rural parts of England covered in the story that basically have no dental cover. People are being given dental appointments that are 1 year away. And these are for people who have serious issues. They need to get their teeth sorted. And I think this is also feeding into this phenomenon that you may have heard of so-called turkey teeth, where people are going abroad to get treatments and they're being botched. Yeah. And then they come back here and they need corrective treatment, sometimes corrective surgery, and that's only further adding to the backlog. Yeah. So I think this is an issue that really needs to be addressed, because private dental care is really expensive and some people just cannot afford it. No, and it's something we've just gotten used to, I think, people not being able to get dental appointments now.
And horrific stories of people actually pulling out their own desks.
Can't find a doctor, can't find a dentist. Can't find anybody.
No. Look, we're going to leave it there for the time being, but we shall see you two a little bit later on. Thanks very much indeed.
Let's bring you up to date with what's going on today. The search for missing mother of two, Nicola Bulley, has entered its 9th day. Officers investigating her disappearance now believe that she fell into the River Wyre while walking her dog. The investigation is still focusing on a 10-minute window between 10 and 9:20 when she's been unaccounted for.
Councils across the country say they're being left in the dark over next year's budget for public health. The Local Government Association calling on Downing Street to publish the allocations which councils will get from April. It says child health visiting, obesity programmes and some drug and alcohol programmes could be cut back or closed unless new plans can be made.
Health leaders are warning that the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the ongoing strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times than they do now. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day the health service has ever seen.
Next week marks the last chance for adults aged 49 and younger to get a full set of COVID vaccinations. The NHS says February the 12th will be the last day people in that age group can get primary doses. After this date, jabs will only be offered to people considered to be at risk. Now, former Sex Pistols frontman John Lydon has failed in his bid to represent Ireland at Eurovision.
It's what we were talking about here on the programme yesterday when we learnt that the British-Irish rocker took part in a televised competition, but he lost out to the indie band Wild Youth.
Oh, yes. Well, we've got our very own Wild Youth here. Our showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tetchy. Morning,
I like that label, Wild Youth.
Yeah. Make the most of it, Stephanie.
I will.
Look, this is... it's a real shame because he's commanded so many headlines.
Definitely.
Not to take away from Wild Youth.
Not at all.
And it's quite a nice song.
It is, actually. When I listened to Wild Youth this morning, actually, it felt more fitting for the Eurovision, and I think it's got this sense of optimism about it. It's called We Are One, and I think that's what Eurovision tends to be. So, you know, as I said yesterday, the luck of the Irish, they have a good knack of picking who's going to do well on the night because they've won 7 times. But obviously for Johnny, this is a blow for him because, number one, he says he thinks Eurovision's awful, but for him, it was more about a personal journey for him to put out his track for his dear wife, Nora Foster, who's living with Alzheimer's disease. So for him, he was so scared yesterday, but the Irish have spoken and they've picked Wild Youth for it.
But he's got a lot of publicity for the song, hasn't he?
And that's the big thing. I think it's always these kind of music songs, like regardless if it's going to be featured on a show or not, it's now got that promotion, and he's done quite well even to get to, you know, be one of those nominations for the Eurovision. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more about him in the future.
Oh, of course we will, of course. Now, from one controversial man, which he's been, to another, Jeremy Clarkson.
You know, there's been this big thing about cancel culture. We keep on hearing about it. But when he put that controversial article out about Meghan saying that he wished that she could be paraded naked through the streets and have excrement thrown at her, it didn't go down well with the public. He still managed to hold on to his job as host, as I'm a celebrity. No, I'm a celebrity. He wants to be a millionaire. There's so many celebrity shows. But what's in the front papers today is that 3 female celebrities have pulled out of a special episode of the show, and because it's for charity, and they just think his comments were quite misogynistic. So they've said they don't feel comfortable being on the show.
Do we know who it is?
No, I think it will be named soon. I think they will come out eventually and say, because, you know, for them to pull out, it's only right that they actually be named and say why they've pulled out of the show.
Oh, well, get your ear to the ground, Stephanie. We need to find out who it is. And we'll see you a little bit later
See you in a bit.
OK, thank you very much indeed. That's it from us for now. We're back, with all the top stories straight after the weather.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your weekend weather update. Most of us will be dry across England and Wales today. Some rain crossing Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's mild today, will be colder tomorrow, but an awful lot brighter. Here's the picture at the moment. High pressure in control, and we're between 2 weather fronts. In here, some pretty mild air, but this weather front is mixing things up a little bit, introducing cloud and rain to the Western Isles at the moment, and that rain will push steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland during this morning. For most of England and Wales, it's dry, a bit of drizzle here and there on western coasts and hills, and some breaks in the cloud here and there to reveal a bit of sunshine over the Midlands, eastern England at times. There's the rain working its way through the central belt and down towards the east of Northern Ireland by the end of the afternoon. It is mild, temperatures 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 Celsius. Feeling cooler though as the rain pushes in across parts of the north this afternoon. And through this evening, that rain will trickle into northern England and North Wales. It's kind of fizzling out as it sinks its way southwards, so not much rain at all across southern counties during the early hours. Behind it, clearer skies and colder air, so it will be a much colder night tonight compared to the one just gone. Fairly extensive frost, certainly in rural parts from the Midlands northwards, temperatures dipping below freezing, and even in some towns and cities. It does lead to a much brighter day tomorrow, though. Plenty of sunshine on offer. A bit of a breeze, perhaps, along some of these North Sea coasts, particularly Norfolk and in the far northwest. A bit more cloud maybe here, but generally plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine to come tomorrow. It will be a colder feeling day, certainly first thing, but in the afternoon, these temperatures 7 to 9 degrees, about average for the time of year with light winds. Won't feel too bad at all. The outlook is for much of the UK to remain fairly dry, certainly through the first half of next week, and staying colder than it is now, but still with temperatures around the February average.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you.
GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you. Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel. Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious, much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway,
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
The Prime Minister says people arriving in the UK illegally will be deported within days.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 4th of February, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Angela. And here are your top stories this morning.
Well, Rishi Sunak is weighing up a battle in the courts over plans to prevent migrants who've crossed the channel in small boats from appealing against their deportation. Mr Sunak made the pledge to stop the boats as one of his 5 priorities as the government continues to tackle immigration.
The search for missing mother Nicola Bulley could be winding down, as police now believe that she may have accidentally drowned. A major search for Mrs. Bulley has been ongoing now for over a week, but still no trace of her has been found.
And rugby fans are counting down to the start of one of the most competitive Six Nation tournaments in recent years. We'll tell you everything you need to know.
And of course, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions by emailing us. We're at gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, the Prime Minister is preparing plans to restrict the appeals process for those migrants who have arrived in the UK via small boats.
Now, the radical new policy would withdraw the right of illegal migrants to appeal against their exclusion from the UK's asylum system. Now, other possible legislation is currently being discussed, including allowing them to appeal the court's decision, but only after they've been deported.
Now, Rishi Sunak has made tackling the arrival of small boats on our shores one of his top 5 priorities ahead of the local elections in May.
Well, let's talk to our political reporter, Catherine Forster, who's here. Morning, Catherine. I can picture this being quite popular with some voters, probably quite a lot of voters, but legally it sounds very difficult.
Yes, this is an ongoing nightmare for the government, really, isn't it? Because the numbers have gone up and up and up. There were 46,000 last year. That's up about 60% on the year before. And Rishi Sunak has promised to get a grip of this, and quickly. But as you say, although many Tory MPs are very exercised about this, many of the public are very exercised about this, seeing these people come some days in hundreds, stopping it is very, very hard. So the government are planning this month to unveil legislation, but it looks like being very difficult, because what they're saying is if you come illegally on small boats, you will have no chance of getting asylum. So basically, you can forget it, so don't come. The thinking is stop them coming in the first place. But of course, legally, this is going to be problematic. So Home Secretary Suella Braverman's looking at 2 options, either saying you don't have any right of appeal, full stop, or you can appeal, but only after we have deported you to a safe country. Either of those is going to get mired in legal challenges, I would imagine, and lawyers are already saying this is not workable. People are going to launch judicial reviews. What about human rights? And of course, the government, they're still keen to get the Rwanda plan off the ground, aren't they? That was tried and failed last year, but they still want to send people to Rwanda. But Rishi Sunak is desperate to be seen to get a grip of this. But easier said than done.
Yeah, and I mean, I read that they're reckoning that it's going to cost nearly $1 billion a year to detain all of those who arrive. It is a question of cause and effect, isn't it? It's been shown that stopping them coming in the first place is actually the answer to this. Well, he's obviously trying to do it legally, but isn't there a case for saying that we should be spending more of that money if we've got it, not this side of the channel, but the other side of the channel, preventing the boats from getting in the water in the first place, and of course, recognising that many of those people that come here really do need asylum. Should we not be beefing up the asylum process the other side of the channel so that those people who do come can come legally?
Well, that's a big criticism, isn't it, that they say, well, where are these safe legal routes, that they don't really exist? And Rishi Sunak has said, yes, it's very important, we're very compassionate, we have a proud record, but it's not clear what the safe legal routes are unless you are from Ukraine, for example, where we've been very, very successful. Now, the government are very keen to stress they've got this new deal with the French. They've actually got British people on the coast now in France. They're saying that that's already having an effect, though we've seen that hundreds have already come this year. Rishi Sunak is also stressing that they've now got a deal with Albania, and they say that now, if you come from Albania, as many, many did last year, they are quickly being returned there.
Without any appeal?
But it's a safe country.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, how can you claim asylum if it's a safe country? But, of course, also they're going to have to look at toughening up these modern slavery laws, aren't they? Because they're using that as a loophole, saying, oh, well, you know, I've been trafficked.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with this is it's the money making, and it's not to slander all lawyers, because I mean lawyers do an incredible job for a lot of people. However, there's clearly a concern with this that if you say, well, if you come over in small boats, you will be you will be immediately deported or very quickly deported. Clearly, they're concerned that that will just grind to a halt, because lawyers will be there saying, no, appeal it, immediately appeal it, immediately appeal it, and so no one will get deported at all. At least not for a considerable amount of time.
Yes, and I think this really is, of Rishi Sunak's 5 priorities, the other ones, the halving inflation, the cutting waiting lists, you can see those happening, but stopping, OK, they might be able to get the numbers down, but stopping these crossings looks ferociously difficult, doesn't it? And many voters will not forgive the government, will they, if they don't get a grip of this.
Now, where is the main opposition to this going to come from? Is it going to come from outside the House of Commons, from lawyers who will lobby, or will it actually come from inside, where you have still many people on the back benches, particularly, who are former lawyers?
Yes, but I think it will come from the courts. I think this is one issue on which the Conservative Party, which, let's face it, is deeply divided and full of warring factions at the moment, is actually fairly united in that they can see that this is something that their constituents are very, very angry about and that they want to get this dealt with. But, I mean, it'll face big battles in the House of Lords, for sure. It'll face big battles from Labour, but the courts, I think, will.
Because
really...
what's the issue with Labour on this? Because Keir Starmer has toughened his immigration stance, hasn't he, over recent months? And they know that generally it's a vote winner. So what is Labour's position on this likely to be? Because they're going to have to promise to take some action.
Well, they are, and they have toughened their stance, although there's still many people within the Labour Party that would like us to be letting people in and saying, no, you know, we've got to be big-hearted and generous. But I think they will go on that, well, OK, if you're going to do this, how does somebody come safely and legally? How do we fulfil our obligations to genuine asylum seekers? If you're going to close this door, where are the arrangements you're going to put in place for genuine asylum seekers?
That's what they've got to beef up, haven't they? To find the people who are genuine.
Yeah.
Thanks very much indeed.
Yes, interesting one. I'm sure you'll have a view on that. GB Views at gbnews.uk.
Let's bring you up to date on some of the other stories today. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has postponed his planned visit to Beijing, saying the discovery of China's spy balloon over America would have undermined his visit. While China maintains it was in fact a civilian airship, it was looking at the weather, they say, and it's been blown off course. But Blinken has made it clear that he rejects that claim, with the White House calling it a clear violation of US sovereignty.
Health leaders are warning the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day the health service has ever seen.
Meanwhile, the Royal College of Nursing in Wales has joined Welsh ambulance workers in calling planned strikes for next week, calling them off, following pay offers from their government. The offer is an additional 3% for RCN members, and it comes amid the latest wave of rail strikes yesterday as train drivers walked out for a second time this week, with RMT and ASLEF union members demanding better pay and working conditions. Well, we've been looking at this story in some detail this morning, the police investigation into the disappearance of mother of two, Nicola Bulley. The police are now saying that she could, sadly, have fallen into a river.
Yeah, she was just 45 years old, last seen on January the 27th, last Friday. She was walking her dog next to the River Wyre in St Michael's in Lancashire.
Well, search teams are continuing to trawl the river under the assumption, we have to say, that she did not leave the area. And Lancashire police say this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person.
Well, Superintendent Sally Riley had this to say.
Our main working hypothesis, therefore, is that Nicola has sadly fallen into the river, that there is no third party or criminal involvement, and that this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person. This is particularly important because speculation otherwise can be really distressing for the family and for Nicola's children.
Well, it is all round a very distressing story, so let's get the latest from our national reporter, Theo Chikombo, who's in Lancashire at the River Wyre. Good morning to you, Theo.
Good morning. Yes, it's been 8 days since the disappearance of mother of two, Nicola Bulley, last seen in this area last week Friday when she'd taken her children to school and indeed come to this area as she was walking her dog. Police still say they still need to account for around 10 minutes, around 20 past 9, as they don't know what happened particularly in that time. And as you mentioned, they're working on a working hypothesis, which is that Nicola has fallen. There's no third party involved, that this isn't suspicious, and it's a tragic case of a missing person. And they say they've been working all around the clock, and an unprecedented number of people have been involved, from the RNLI to drone operators. They've been searching from above with helicopters and of course on the ground and in the water. The search here continues into the weekend. They said they don't have a time frame at the moment of how long this is going to last, but they're going to be out here again today as their investigation continues. They've been going from house to house throughout the village here, and seeing CCTV footage, but also asking for dashcam footage. Yesterday morning, members of the community, some of her friends and people who don't know her but want to get involved and support, they were out holding placards written, "If you do have any dashcam footage, please do call 101. Late last night, though, there was an electronic billboard, a big one, in fact, which had a picture of her and, of course, details where you can call if you do have any details that could help the police in their investigation. So at the moment, the investigation continues as Nicola's family will be looking to see whether the police can provide any further information.
And more information really is needed because there is still an awful lot of unanswered questions, aren't there, Stephen?
A lot. It's very, very concerning. Theo, thanks very much indeed. And the problem is working hypothesis. And what worries me slightly about what the police lady was saying, whose name I can't quite remember now, but she was saying, you know, we're working on this because it's very distressing if people speculate on anything else of the family, which, yes, I absolutely understand. I understand that. But presumably the police are looking at everything in all of this. They've got to be.
Yes. And as we say, there are too many unanswered questions still around this whole story. But very, very distressing, certainly for the family, while this drags on in this way.
Awful.
Now, the supermarket, Aldi, has lost a court battle against rivals Marks & Spencer after being accused of copying its light-up Christmas gin bottles.
Of all things. The ruling from the High Court could now see the German company pay M&S the profits they made from selling the gin. But could this set a new precedent for copyright infringement? Let's talk to consumer journalist Harry Wallop. Morning to you, Harry. Look, talk us through this. Why is something as supposedly innocuous as a bottle of gin caused all this court case?
Well, yeah, this is very significant because this is pretty much, I think, only the second time that Aldi has lost one of these cases. And there appears to be, you know, so many different issues when it comes to Aldi supposedly copying their rivals' designs and getting away with it. So the fact that they have lost this against M&S is quite a big deal. Now, the reason why they've lost it is, I think, on a slight technicality, because it's not just copyright, it's design as well. And as the screen shows, the bottle was very distinctive. It was a light-up gin bottle, and it was made to look like a snow globe. So it had two key design elements. One, well, actually three, really. There was the shape, but when you shook the bottle, inside was edible gold glitter. And there was a little button at the bottom, and you hit the button, and then a light came on inside the bottle. So the whole thing lit up. It was very pretty. It was a very clever idea because it looked like a snow globe. But the issue is, of course, is that Aldi, with their infusionist gin, pretty much ripped off the entire thing, not just the sort of idea, but the look of the whole thing. So it's a copyright and a design issue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I tell you what strikes me is that you go into any supermarket and you'll see, you know, anyone from Tesco to Waitrose to whoever, they produce similar things in their own range to the top-end market products. So what is the dividing line between plagiarism when it comes to particularly packaging and just sort of canny marketing?
Well, I mean, Aldi has got away with canny marketing for years and years. And you'll remember the famous Caterpillar cake row last year. And it was settled out, of course. And we know that Aldi basically thumbed a nose at M&S. There was Cuthbert and there was Colin. And then Aldi in its Christmas advert basically had a whole shtick whereby its Caterpillar was arrested by a sort of a nasty M&S kind of character. But this thing comes down to, actually, as you point out, to packaging. So the only other thing that Aldi has lost, we believe, was against Charlotte Tilbury, the makeup brand. And again, that was pretty much its stole. It was a copycat makeup. I forget the exact product. I think it was a concealer or an eye makeup remover, but it was in the same or very, very similar sort of squeezy tube, same colors, again, same design. So I think that's the key thing. You know, Aldi does say, I happen to be a fan of their copycat Mars bar, which they call a Titan. And a copycat, a Snickers bar called a Racer, and it's the same sort of colours. I mean, gosh, the product's very similar, but it isn't more or less identical. And that was the problem with its infusionist gin. It was pretty much the same thing as M&S's.
So how is this going to change things moving forward? Because I can't help but think back 30-odd years. And do you remember Head and Shoulders had a very distinctive bottle with a very, very, like a bulb at the bottom and a very, very long neck. And all the supermarket brands copied the bottle shape. Now, it's all changed since then. But again, so this has been going on for decades and decades. Are we going to see a significant change moving forward?
Well, Aldi, crucially, is appealing this ruling from the Intellectual Property Office in the High Court. So at the moment, nothing changes. And they're adamant they're going to go on and win the case and it'll all be fine. I'm not so sure because, this should put actually a very distinct line in the sand that the German discounters have been stealing customers left, right and centre from all the main supermarkets. And it's one thing to sort of nick the huge amount of investment that goes into the design and the innovation of product. But now that you're nicking all our customers as well, actually, I think the supermarket said enough is enough. And we will fight this very firmly in any court of law. So I think Aldi and Lidl, who also do it to a certain extent, need to be just a bit more careful about how blatantly they rip off some of the ideas of the other supermarkets. Because M&S says, we are a premium. The reason why we are a premium supermarket and we charge more than most is we spend far more money on innovating, clever ideas, and you just can't come in and steal them.
Yeah, well, sort of fair enough in a way, isn't it?
The trouble is, at the moment, with people having a cost of living crisis daily, they have to face how much are they going to pay for food. They are going to go for the cheaper brands, and they're not going to worry about whether or not there's a court case involved in this. They're going to let that, that's way out of their league, isn't it? They just want to buy inexpensive products that give them value for money.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yep. Harry, good to
Harry.
talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. No, I mean, I can absolutely understand the position of someone who designs something and then it's ripped off by somebody else.
Something that is totally unique, yes.
But, it's the nature of the business, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody's out for a bargain these days.
Quite right too.
Yeah.
Look, don't go anywhere. Let us know if you have any thoughts on that, especially if you're old enough to remember those Head and Shoulders bottles. They were iconic back in the day. Now, much more to come, though, including how the discovery of the body of King Richard III is now making headlines 10 years on.
He's the king of breakfast TV and he's back. Eamon Holmes, back on the TV with me this morning.
Even remember my name.
I know, it's been 4 months. You have holy water by your bed?
Oh, yes. Already depressed.
Oh, Eamon. Oh.
Why do you not believe anything I say?
Eamon Holmes back on GB News Breakfast at 6 a.m.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even some ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Kerr.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Kerr. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind. And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you. Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics, and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, Andrew Pierce here. Join me every Friday lunchtime for a proper no-nonsense debrief of the week's events. With special guests in the studio and the GB News team on the ground, I'll be getting you up to date with news, some intelligent discussion and my own sharp take. The weekend starts here with me every Friday lunchtime on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's good to have your company with us here on Breakfast. Stephen and Angela, we're your hosts this morning. Still to come on today's programme. At 9:30, we're going to be looking at how King Charles could turn to the Archbishop of Canterbury for help in bringing his family back together. We're going to be speaking to the Mail on Sunday's editor-at-large, Charlotte Griffiths, if there really is any way back for Prince Harry.
And then, at 9:50, she's not a looker, but she is a very good girl. We're going to be meeting officially the UK's ugliest dog. She's called Peggy. We're going to be live in East Yorkshire as she prepares for the grooming of a lifetime. Oh, bless her. If you're listening on the radio, you're sort of missing a treat in an awful way.
Yeah, we'll describe her in detail when we see her a bit later in the programme. But she is rather cute. Do get in touch. All the usual ways. Email gbviews@gbnews.uk. You may have a dog of your own that you'd like to share with us,
yes,
actually.
Indeed.
I tell you what makes her so sort of look ugly, I suppose. She seems to have her tongue hanging out permanently.
Massive tongue.
And this huge, almost afro hairstyle, isn't it? But she's actually very cute. But we'll see her later.
It's a face only a mother could love, I think. But there you go. Today marks 10 years since it was announced that the body of King Richard III had been discovered underneath a car park in Leicester.
Now, it was a story that captured the attention of the entire world's press. A dedicated team of academics, plus a lady called Philippa Langley, found the grave, which had been lost for nearly 500 years.
It's a remarkable story. Let's get the latest from our East Midlands reporter, Will Hollis, who's in Leicester for us this morning. Hi, Will.
Good morning, Stephen and Angela. Yes, it is quite hard to imagine the fact that it's been 10 years. It was so long ago. I can't even remember if I was able to buy a beer back then. But of course, the story of how King Richard III was found in a Leicester car park right here, just around 20, 30 metres away from where I'm standing, started much further back in English history. It was back at the Battle of Bosworth, about 30 miles from here, when King Richard III met his timely end at the hands of Henry Tudor's forces, and he was buried quite close to where I am right now at the Greyfriars Priory, and that location was lost to history. But there were these little breadcrumbs of clues which, as you say, Philippa Langley managed to track down, and as well as a team of archaeologists from the University of Leicester, as well as historians from the Richard III Society, they managed to pinpoint the exact place where Richard III was buried, and it was that good that the first place they started digging, within just a few hours, they found the long-lost king. Now that, of course, is history now. That's the last 10 years, but right now it's making marvellous transformations to Leicester 10 years on, because in the last 10 years, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of people who might not have come to visit Leicester have visited, and with them they brought cash, tens of millions of pounds in revenue for the local economy. The city mayor yesterday was telling me that there's been an increase in 60% for the hotel rooms, just because there are that many people coming here to Leicester that weren't coming before. Now, even at the visitor centre, which is just over on my shoulder, which is actually built on part of the car park, you can still actually peer into the exact hole where King Richard III was found. They say they're even back to pre-pandemic visitor levels. Not so many Chinese coming at the moment, not so many Americans, but that's a really good sign, because it means that lots of people from around the region here in Leicestershire, as well as wider Britain, are coming to visit the gravesite of King Richard III. Of course, he's not in there right now at the Visitor Centre. That's because in 2015, he was reinterred in the cathedral. That's just over on my other side. It's not a very pretty picture right now, because it's all boarded up, because, as you can guess, the investment from King Richard III's discovery means that they can renovate it in a way that, as Peter Salisbury, the mayor of Leicester City, told me yesterday, was unimaginable only a few years ago. And now that brings us to where we are now. You might think, surely that's the end of the story. Well, there's a lot of questions around the history, particularly to do with what happens to Richard III's nephews, the princes in the tower. That's a story that I can't even dream of getting into. It's far beyond my expertise. But where we are right now, in what is quite a remarkable story, it is really the cherry on the cake, the icing on the cake, is that the car park is now up for auction, and it's expected to fetch £4.1 million. And imagine if you were an investor in Leicester, or you were an investor from somewhere around, and you wanted to buy somewhere that had a story. I think the story of finding a king that was lost for 500 years in a car park is quite priceless, isn't it?
Certainly is. I wouldn't mind. I wish I owned that car park.
Yeah, but I mean, is it going to have to stay as a car park? Are people going to be allowed to park their cars on it? And because it's got royal associations, does that mean it's going to cost a bit more to park in Leicester than it did before?
Yes, well, it's actually a council-owned car park, but what it has is protections. Historic England classified it as a scheduled monument in 2017, so that means the car park itself has exactly the same protections as Stonehenge. That's how significant it is. Now, there are all sorts of areas around the car park that are also up for sale, as well as a load of Grade 2 listed buildings. And while you can go in and you can turn a Grade 2 listed building into an office or into a cafe, you just can't do any major work to it. You can't knock it down and try and build something else there. So it is, of course, something that you're going to have to take a little bit of care with if you're going to take on that big challenge. But I'm sure there are lots of people that would love to be able to tell that story as they're sitting around having an office meeting or greeting some big wig from some foreign country, and they want to get into a story. That's the story you're going to get into to make them sign on the dotted line, isn't it?
Oh, maybe. Oh, dear. Will, thanks very much indeed. You do wonder... Oh, there's the bells going. How nice.
Oh, that tells us what time it is, which is exactly 8:30.
Oh, no, 8:30.
8:30.
Oh, no, I'm wishing the time away. But we were asking a little bit earlier on, but it was in the papers with Diddy David Hamilton, looking at funeral songs and things. And actually, there is a theme, because Morning Geraldine, says, my dad passed away on the 10th of January. His funeral was on the 1st of February, so just this last week. The song he had played at the committal was Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire.
It was also played at the funeral of Phil, who was the friend of Ellis, who says that Phil was my fishing mate, and we travelled to Scotland every year playing Johnny Cash in the car. So at the funeral, the finishing song was Ring of Fire, and he adds, God bless you, mate, I miss you.
You see, I think that's quite nice. It's nice to be able to have a bit of fun.
It is, isn't it?
At a funeral. And remember people with a smile.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's quite nice, really.
We've had actually a few comments, just very quickly, on the HRT story that we were running in the papers. And Rachel says the shortage is in Europe in general, not just in the UK. And Rob says, before anyone blames Brexit, well, I don't think anybody did they?
Oh,
for the shortage, but somebody will. I would mention that Germany has a shortage of medicines, which is expected to last for at least another year.
Yeah, and Sean says, I've seen reports by some women that other women are buying a year's supply of HRT on private prescription. This doesn't help with the shortage. Now, I guess it doesn't, but I can't blame them. If people are desperate for it, I can't actually blame them.
It is a medication that many women are desperate for.
Yeah.
OK, we got more to come this morning, including all the news and views from this morning's newspapers again, alongside David Hamilton, I'm glad to say, and also Candice Holdsworth.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations, for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online, across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prisons?
I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned.
I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions. I have no time for cultural totalitarianism. We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me!
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage. Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512,
Virgin Media Channel 604,
Freesat Channel 216,
Freeview Channel 236,
and YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio,
with the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. It's good to have your company again. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela.
Let's have a look at the newspapers for you today. We'll start with The Times. Reports on Rishi Sunak preparing for a battle with the courts over plans to prevent migrants who've reached the UK illegally from appealing against their deportation.
The Mail gives light to Lancashire Police's assessment that Nicola Bulley may have fallen into a river after trying to retrieve her dog's ball.
The Eye looks at hormone replacement medication and a shortage which is impacting the lives of millions of women across the UK.
And The Telegraph reports on the government's declaration that online misogyny should be banned, as well as Lancashire Police's belief that Nicola Bulley may have drowned in a river.
In the Mirror this morning, we're told that Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Celebrity special may have been shelved after female stars have refused to work with Jeremy Clarkson after those comments he made about Meghan Markle.
And finally, The Star says Psycho Owl is holding us hostage amid a series of attacks in the Black Country.
So let's go through those papers one last time with the writer Candice Holdsworth and radio and TV broadcasting legend David Hamilton. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
David, let's talk money, 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 should we, in the Times?
Yes, something that we touched on briefly earlier, and I think among all the gloom and doom that we've had in recent times, let's have something really cheerful. The FTSE has reached a record high. It's actually the highest that it's been since 2018. So that is great for pensions, it's great for stocks and shares, and it's great for the morale of all of us. So let's be like Boris and talk everything up.
It's 7,900,
yes,
I think.
Yeah.
What they're quoting today. And actually, there was news yesterday from the Bank of England saying that they expect inflation to have halved, certainly by this time next year, and that they think they've also reached...
Do you think we've turned the corner? Do you think... I think perhaps we have.
That's above my pay grade to make that kind of prediction.
I mean,
but
nice, wasn't it?
It is nice to have good news financially, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's good for all of us.
Well, if all these companies are making more money and shareholders making more money, as well as the pension funds and all the rest of it, hopefully it means more investment, more growth, and it should all multiply.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
So we're very, very happy at GB News on a Saturday morning.
Well, nice. Yes. Aren't we always? Aren't we always? What about, talking of money, actually, this is also in the Times, Candice, universities and looking at refunds over lockdown degrees, not wanting to pay, obviously.
Yes, well, this is a really interesting story in the Times. So it's about this huge mass legal action that students who got their degrees under the lockdown are now requesting refunds for their degrees because they feel that their degrees were just such poor quality. All of it was done online. They never met any fellow students, and yet they paid full fees. Whereas at private schools, for instance, they discounted their fees. They were doing the online teaching, but they thought, OK, they're not getting the same experience, but the universities weren't like that at all. And I think there's a lot of students, particularly in the areas of art and science, where you need to be in the lab or in the studio. They didn't get that experience at all. One woman quoted in the article said she met about 90% of her students at their graduation. I mean, I can't imagine what a lonely, alienating experience it was doing your degree during lockdown.
And isn't part of the fun of going to university that you meet lots of other people? That's it.
Well, it is. Yeah. I think. I mean, honestly, surely this would be a pretty obvious case. You would think. I mean, if I was in that situation, I'd be wanting to join this action.
Yes, well, I think there's a hearing that's being carried out in the next few weeks with UCL. So we'll see how this goes, if maybe the students are going to be able to get refunds for their degrees. I think they should. I don't think it was right that the universities charged them so much. It really wasn't. Most of them left their degrees without having met a single student, no face-to-face teaching, and that's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. They'll never get that back, ever.
No. Also, talk of lecturers, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but talk of lecturers going on strike as well. So, you know, I mean, they really haven't had their value for money, have they, at all?
No, not for £9 grand a year or whatever they're being charged.
Oh, it's a bit more than that.
Has it gone up now?
I think it's a fair amount, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. It's no good giving out figures because I don't have them at my fingertips. But I think some of the degree courses are considerably more than that.
Oh yes, for some master's degrees,
Yes.
it's about £27,000.
Exactly. They're in double figures.
Don't do a master's.
Huge.
What a waste of time. A waste of time. Get a job.
Well,
Dear me, not for that money.
That's why you're not the Secretary of State for Education.
That
isn't it,
could be
Stephen?
true. Could be true. Maybe a fair point in that. Now, what's Mr. Rod Stewart on about?
I like the Times Diary on a Saturday. I find it very entertaining. And there's a headline here, Rhapsodies in Blue. And Sir Rod Stewart's recent surprise appearance on a TV phone-in to call for a change of government reminded David Steele of the days before the singer was a Tory. Around 1977, he contributed to the Liberals and he invited David Steele to his home in LA, where he lived with Britt Eklund. The former Liberal leader said that he sounded pretty clueless about politics. He said maybe Rod Stewart just liked the colour yellow. His songs always had a Tory hint about them. For example, Maggie May.
Yes.
First Cut is the Deepest. And Sailing, which was clearly written as a tribute to Ted Heath.
Well, that's one theory.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yes, it was interesting, actually, wasn't it, when he came out against the Tory party?
Yeah.
Having been, whether he knows diddly about politics or not, we've always associated him with the Tories, haven't we, really?
Yeah.
Rod?
Rod, yes.
I would think so, yes, but, you know, he's probably one of the many disillusions. Probably.
Quite a few
Indeed,
disillusions
indeed.
at the moment.
Right. Candice.
Yes, The Express.
Yes, so this is a story in The Express which is quoting the celebrity lawyer Nick Freeman, who's saying...
Oh,
that,
Mr. Loophole.
Yes, Mr. Loophole. So he's saying that possibly all dog owners should be licensed now after the spate of dog attacks, which everyone's been talking about. There was the dog walker who was very sadly mauled to death by the group of dogs she was walking. And I think there's also been a lot of attention paid to a spike, a recent uptick in children, for instance, being bitten by dogs. I would say most people think maybe that's a little extreme, that every single person should be licensed to own a dog.
Wow.
Dog walkers, yes, but I understand.
There used to be a dog licence. You used to have I mean, you're too young to know this.
Well,
I'm
maybe,
old
yeah.
enough to remember that I've had dogs all my life. And I haven't got one now, but you always had to go and buy a dog licence.
Okay.
You needed a dog licence.
Yes. I mean, I did think when I got my dog that no one asked me anything about myself when I got her. I could have been anyone. And dogs are living creatures and they do deserve to be in good homes. So, you know, maybe there is an argument for tightening it up a little bit.
Yes, I think that, you and I were discussing this yesterday, weren't we, after the programme, and actually we both feel that in most cases, actually, it is the owners who need the training, because very often the dogs that commit these sort of horrendous crimes have not actually looked after their dogs properly or trained them properly, and that's when you get problems. You know, I spent a couple of days ago, I supported a charity called Support Dogs, which does precisely that. You know, these are dogs that support people who have autism, who are seizure alert dogs. They give 40 minutes warning to someone who might have an epileptic fit. They help disabled people. There are so many working dogs. How many times have we seen stuff on television about working dogs in the police force, sniffing out drugs and so on? Dogs do a fantastic job, just as companions in families. And you get all these terrible stories, and all at once, everybody has a negative opinion about dogs, but actually we should be looking at what the owners in many of these cases
Yes,
are
I
doing.
agree, I agree.
It's funny, isn't it, how the number of dog attacks has increased in recent times. Nobody is quite sure why. You know, was it to do with lockdown? Was it that a lot of people got dogs during lockdown and didn't look after them and train them properly?
Maybe.
You know, things like that. It's a great unknown, isn't it? But certainly on the increase.
David, we've down to our last sort of 90 seconds or so. Dare I ask you about The Sun and music videos?
Yes, indeed. Well, Ulrika Johnson, of all people, in her column in The Sun today, she says, I'm no prude. That may be a shock. But she says, but I'm easily shocked by Sam Smith, who's caused outrage in many quarters. Some are accusing the singer of hyper-sexualized dancing to the music video of I'm Not Here to Make Friends and claim it is normalizing pornography. There are, now, steady, there are corsets, suspenders, and nipple tassels.
Oh, dear Lord.
I don't want to get you too excited early.
No, it's all right.
But anyway...
I'm left cold by that, David.
Yeah, there's thrusting in beds by both men and women in bondage underwear.
Oh.
So I think she's got a fair point, hasn't she?
But look at Madonna.
Huh? Well, look at... Yes, Madonna. Yes, fair point.
Been doing it for years.
Does it put you off your breakfast a bit?
Well, thankfully, I'm not having any, but I'm glad I'm not having any. There you go.
David, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. On that note, it's been very good to see you both this morning. You're free to leave now.
Thank you.
So you're released. Let's bring you up to date with what else is going on this morning at 8:45. And the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has postponed his visit to Beijing, saying the discovery of China's spy balloon over America would have undermined the visit. China says it was a civilian airship, like a weather balloon, which had been blown off course. But Mr. Blinken has made it clear he rejects that. The White House has called it a clear violation of US sovereignty.
The search for missing mother of two, Nicola Bulley, has entered its 9th day. Officers investigating her disappearance now believe she fell into the River Wire while walking her dog. The investigation is still focusing on a 10-minute window between 10 and 9:20, which is when she was last accounted for.
Health leaders are warning the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the ongoing strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times than they do now. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day the health service has ever seen.
Well, next week marks the last chance for adults aged 49 and younger to receive a full set of COVID vaccinations. The NHS say February the 12th will be the last day that people in the age group can receive their primary doses. After this date, the jabs will only be offered to people considered to be at risk of serious illness.
Now, if you're a fan of Queen Bee, Beyoncé, and you want to get hold of a ticket for her first solo world tour in 7 years, you could be disappointed because ticket sellers are warning of limited availability. Thousands have already entered virtual queues for pre-sale tickets. 400,000 are waiting in line to try and get to one of her London shows.
So joining us now is our showbiz reporter, Stephanie. I know, I was about to say it, Stephanie Tetch.
Oh, sorry.
I have been practising to make sure that I did not get it
You got it right, Angela.
So tell us about
This is the demand of Queen Bee. Earlier this week, when she announced that she was doing a world tour for her album Renaissance, it's the first time she's gone on a solo tour in 7 years. So the demand has been there. Beyoncé's fans are called the Beehive, and they will follow her all over the globe, including the UK. So she's announced that she'll be doing 5 dates here in places including London, Edinburgh, Cardiff and also Sunderland. But what's happened, O2 priority customers have managed to get in first to get the tickets, but they crashed the site and the app because there was too much of a demand. And now there's more pre-sale tickets available, but also now they're saying, actually, these tickets are almost sold out. So fans are going crazy thinking, how am I going to get a Beyoncé ticket? It's almost like the golden ticket in town, but...
They're crazy in love.
They're crazy in love with our Queen. I've been to every single Beyoncé concert, and I have to admit, I've been one of those fans who've been trying to get a ticket, and it's been hard. Yesterday, when I logged onto a site, I had 8,000 people ahead of me. Wow. 8,000 people ahead of me.
So is it just fans that are buying these tickets, or are they being bought up by the ticket touts?
Also, ticket touts are getting involved because they know that once they get their hands on such tickets, they can sell it for double the price.
Just double?
Double or triple. It's going to be more. Right now, a VIP ticket to see Beyoncé in the UK is going for about £2,000, and dedicated fans are paying that. To be at her concert and a seated seat is about £56, and for standing it's £106.
It's more to stand.
It's more to stand because you can get more closer to the Queen in that way.
I'd rather sit down.
People standing are in front.
Yeah, they're right by the
right
stage. So there is such a demand for Beyoncé, and because she hasn't been on tour for such a long time, and you don't know, the thing with artists, you don't know when next they're going to be performing. So you have to take these golden moments. But I think with what these promoters need to start planning ahead how to handle these kind of crowds, because there is such a big demand. But hopefully what tends to happen is these artists add more dates once they see the demands. Like we've had Madonna recently. She's doing a 63-date world tour. Now she's had to add an additional 5 dates in London because there's just that demand to see them. You know, seeing your artist, your favourite artist live is a totally different experience from listening to their music.
I mean, Beyonce is not the type. She's not going to stand up and sing into a microphone. Is she? It will be a show.
She will put on a performance. She's worth every penny. I don't know if she's worth £2,000, though. As much as I love her, I would not pay that much to go see her. But I know I've seen her every concert she's done in London, and she's the perfect showwoman.
But she doesn't seem to be doing many shows, by the sound of it. How many? Was it about 6 or 7 or 8 that you mentioned there?
7. She's doing 5 in the UK, but she had that big Dubai concert not too long ago at the opening of the Atlantis Plum, and again, people were talking about it because her stage, when she's on stage, she commands the stage, and her music is brilliant as well.
Oh, yeah.
Would you pay that much to go see Beyonce?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't pay that much. I'd like to go. I've never seen, you know, it's been a long time since I've been to a concert. But I think it would be such a spectacle.
Yeah.
That I can imagine it's a lot of fun.
Well, but presumably it is such a spectacle that it's very expensive to stage and there's a lot to carry around.
More than that.
So it's not going to be a question of saying, oh, all right, you know, let's add Bristol, let's add Exeter, let's add, you know, Edinburgh or whatever. There's a lot going on.
And, you know, Beyonce's quite the perfectionist. So from front and back of the house of the concert, she's all about the details. So there's a lot that goes into it. But experts as well have given their tips if you do want to get the tickets. One expert said you have to sign on to a site at least an hour before and do not refresh your page. Keep your page on that site because, you know, you may get that ticket.
But I bet they add more. I bet you they add a couple more.
They have to. There's so much demand, demand for it.
Now, while we've got you here, can we talk about Nepo babies?
Nepo babies. Nepo babies.
What are Nepo babies?
So it's the latest buzzword in the showbiz world. Nepo babies are basically children of celebrities who are riding off the coattails of their success and have managed to make a name for themselves in the same industry or an adjacent industry. So we have people such as Madonna's daughter Lourdes, who this week was turned away from a Marc Jacobs show. She managed to get in later, but there's a video circulating of people saying, don't you know who she is? She is Madonna's child. But now this big question's coming on, like, just because these children are the children of celebrities, does that mean that they should just be successful due to their name?
No, no. I'll tell you what, the first clip we showed before the Madonna stuff was Lily Collins.
Who's the daughter of Phil Collins.
Emily in Paris actress. There you go.
Yeah.
Now, she's actually... I mean, I love Emily in Paris.
I love it too.
She's great.
Yeah.
She's great.
But she deserves that celebrity.
She does.
Yeah, she's not just famous because she's famous. She's famous because she's got a career.
But then you've had people, because this all started out from a New York magazine front cover at the end of 2022, where they were saying that 2022 was the year of the Nepo babies, and they named people like Jamie Lee Curtis, who, of course, her father is Tony Curtis and her mother was Janet Leigh in Psycho.
I didn't realise that.
And so she's come out and she said... Yeah, she said she was quite offended by that article because she was saying...
She's an Oscar nominee!
Yeah. She was like, I've got my own talent. While I've been able to get through due to my connections, its talent speaks for itself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, as does yours.
Oh, stop it, Stephen!
I don't care who your mother is. I don't care who your mother is.
Hi, Agnes.
Hi, Agnes. Anyway, look, Stephanie, thank you,
guys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Actually, I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, no, fabulous. So we'll see you in an hour. Don't go anywhere. All the top stories coming up straight after the weather.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your weekend weather update. Most of us will be dry across England and Wales today. Some rain crossing Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's mild today. It will be colder tomorrow, but an awful lot brighter. Here's the picture at the moment. High pressure in control, and we're between two weather fronts. In here, some pretty mild air, but this weather front is mixing things up a little bit, introducing cloud and rain to the Western Isles at the moment, and that rain will push steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland during this morning. For most of England and Wales, it's dry, a bit of drizzle here and there on western coasts and hills, and some breaks in the cloud here and there to reveal a bit of sunshine over the Midlands, eastern England
at times. There's the rain working its way through the central belt and down towards the east of Northern Ireland by the end of the afternoon. It is mild, temperatures 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 Celsius. Feeling cooler though as the rain pushes in across parts of the north this afternoon. And through this evening that rain will trickle into northern England and North Wales. It's kind of fizzling out as it sinks its way southwards, so not much rain at all across southern counties during the early hours. Behind it, clearer skies and colder air, so it will be a much colder night tonight compared to the one just gone. Fairly extensive frost, certainly in rural parts from the Midlands northwards, temperatures dipping below freezing, and even in some towns and cities. It does lead to a much brighter day tomorrow, though. Plenty of sunshine on offer. A bit of a breeze, perhaps, along some of these North Sea coasts, particularly Norfolk and in the far northwest. A bit more cloud maybe here, but generally plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine to come tomorrow. It will be a colder feeling day, certainly first thing, but in the afternoon, these temperatures 7 to 9 degrees, about average for the time of year with light winds. Won't feel too bad at all. The outlook is for much of the UK to remain fairly dry, certainly through the first half of next week, and staying colder than it is now, but still with temperatures around the February average.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance.
Now we're here to represent you.
Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel. Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious. Much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
I'm Mark White. As GB News Home and Security Editor, I cover those key issues that are so important to you. Our authorities, our communities doing all they can to combat violent crime. With the public services under unbearable strain, why are we still failing to control our borders? Defence, the first priority of any government, has been continually hollowed out. Can we trust our politicians to protect the armed forces? Join me, Mark White, on GB News.
The Prime Minister says people arriving in the UK illegally will be deported within days.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock. It's Saturday, the 4th of February, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Angela. These are your top stories.
Rishi Sunak is weighing up a battle in the courts over plans to prevent migrants who have crossed the channel in small boats from appealing against their deportation. Sunak made the pledge to stop the boats as one of his 5 priorities as the government continues to tackle immigration.
The search for the missing mother, Nicola Bulley, could be winding down as police now believe she may have accidentally drowned. A major search has been ongoing for just over a week. There's been no trace of her found.
And rugby fans are counting down to the start of one of the most competitive Six Nation tournaments in recent years. We'll tell you everything you need to know.
And as ever, we'd love to hear from you. Drop us an email, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, the Prime Minister is preparing plans to restrict the appeals process for migrants who have arrived in the UK via small boats.
It's a radical new policy that would withdraw the right of illegal migrants to appeal against their exclusion from the UK's asylum system. Another possible bit of legislation currently being discussed would allow them to appeal, but only once they've been deported.
Well, Rishi Sunak has made tackling the arrival of small boats on our shores one of his top priorities ahead of the local elections in May. So let's speak to our political reporter for the latest, Catherine Forster. She's with us. He's going to have a fight on his hands with this, with the judiciary, isn't he? Not necessarily with the electorate.
He is really going to have a fight on his hands with the judiciary, yes. And as you say, not so much with the electorate, because people are very angry. They saw 46,000 people cross the channel illegally, being put up in hotels, costing $6 million a day. Their claims are taking well over a year to be processed. Most of them are not being sent back. And Rishi Sunak has said he is going to stop it. But that is going to prove very difficult. Now, they've already got the deal with France. They've got British people on the ground. They're saying that's making a difference. They've got a deal with Albania. They're saying that they're, by and large now, when people come from Albania, it's a safe country, they're being sent back. But they want to stop people coming in the first place. And the way they think they're going to do this is basically say, if you come illegally, you have 0 chance of getting asylum. So don't bother. But how do they do that? How do they get round the lawyers? Suella Braverman, Home Secretary, has got 2 plans. Basically, the first one is to say, if you come illegally, you're going to be deported. You will have no right to appeal. That would be the nuclear option. The second, slightly less controversial, but still very difficult, is to say, OK, we will deport you, and then you can appeal if you really want to.
Could that bypass any legal concerns? Or some of the concerns?
Possibly, but still, people are going to say, what about my human rights? You know, we saw last year the government with this great, as they thought, plan to send people to Rwanda on a one-way ticket. Their hotels were ready. I think over 100 million has been spent. Suella Braverman still says it's her dream to see people on a flight to Rwanda, but the courts have stopped it. So, but the trouble is, of course, France is a safe country. These people are coming from a safe country. They're undergoing, you know, it's a very dangerous crossing. But the calculation is, if I can just get to Britain, then I'm going to be there and I won't be sent back.
Legally, don't we have the right, if people arrive here in an illegal way, don't we, with our national sovereignty, have the right to say, you can't stay?
You would think so. You would think so. But, of course, when people come into Europe, into the EU, the rule is that they're supposed to seek sanctuary if you're an asylum seeker in the first safe country that you enter, whether that be Greece, whether that be Italy. But we see again and again that they don't, do they? They are allowed to traipse through Europe to whichever their desired country is. Now, France and Germany actually do take more asylum seekers than we do, but often some of these people may have had their claim rejected in France and may decide they're going to try here. Sometimes there's family links. Sometimes they think perhaps we're a softer touch, that we've got a better, more generous benefit system. Sometimes they speak English, but it's proving incredibly difficult. And in the middle of a cost of living crisis, when people are worried about paying their mortgages, paying their bills, seeing people come illegally and basically cheat the system, as Rishi Sunak was saying the other day, the British have a strong sense of fair play, don't they? And they look and they just think, this is really unfair.
How much of this is Sunak hoping that just by making a statement like this, it will put people off from the other side from actually coming, if they know that no matter how much money they've paid the people who are doing it, who are making a huge amount of money out of this, it is a dangerous crossing and they could lose their lives. If they know when they arrive, actually they're just going to be put on a plane or on a ferry and sent right back again. Is he hoping, perhaps, I wonder, that it's going to be a deterrent and they won't want to come in the first place?
Well, I think so, but I mean, that didn't work last year because they sent the message, Rwanda, you're going to be sent. But I think people thought, well, OK, well, we'll believe it when we see it. And until we actually see it happening, we will keep coming. And in some senses, it might have spurred more people to come before the gates were shut. But really, Rishi Sunak has many, many problems. But this is a very, very visible one, and one that's costing us an absolute fortune.
Politically, how difficult could this be? Because you would imagine most of the backbenchers on the Tory side, at least, would support this. I mean, a lot of it down to the fact there's a lot of voter support for this. But where does that leave the Labour Party?
Well, the Labour Party have traditionally been much softer on immigration, haven't they? But even they have realised that this is an issue that really plays very badly with voters. People do not like to see people coming across in this manner. So they've toughened up their stance too. Part of what they've said is basically you're not processing people quickly enough, which is very true. If you could process people much faster, that, of course, is more money. The government say they're putting that in, better patrols, etc., etc. But also they will point out where are the safe legal routes, because some of these people, OK, lots of them are economic migrants, but some are genuine asylum seekers. How do you legally come? But then, of course, if you're genuine asylum seekers, why is your claim not valid in France? Why not claim in France?
Yeah. Isn't the answer also, then, that they've got to put more money into sorting out what happens, as you say, to get here legally, by sorting out the asylum system in France, in Belgium, or whichever country it is they're coming from, so that actually people can put their case and we can decide whether or not they would be legally allowed into the country before they even attempt that dangerous crossing?
Yes, I mean, really, the whole thing is broken, isn't it? Because they shouldn't be traipsing across the whole of Europe to begin with. And some people say, well, turn the boats back. But that's
against maritime law.
Difficult, because if you do that, then potentially people will drown, then all hell will let loose. Now, of course, they did it in Australia many years ago, didn't they? And Australia got huge criticism. But it's much easier to do that in Australia, in a huge ocean. This is only a distance of about 20 miles. And there's so many points from which people can set off. And also, you do wonder, don't you, the numbers that we have are the official numbers that we know about. How many are coming across and landing that simply we don't know about, who then just disappear?
Yeah, well, it's a very big question that is going to have to be answered. He's set himself a deadline for this end of this year, hasn't he? So we shall see. Catherine, thank you very much indeed. Your thoughts on that? I'm sure you've got plenty. One or two. Malcolm says, genuine asylum seekers claim asylum in the first safe country they reach. They do not shop around.
Michelle says, compassion is my middle name, but the only reason people want to get to the UK is our benefit system. They should seek asylum in the first safe country they arrive at. Make it clear there will be no handouts when they get here.
Yeah, and Dave, I was just thinking this, Dave, thinking along the same lines. He says, why is nobody mentioning the Navy? Where are they in all of this? It goes against the grain, does it not? If the Border Force are doing their job, then why do we have a Navy? Well, patrols. I think there could be more patrols, couldn't there?
But there is a maritime law which states, I think I'm right in saying that actually you can't turn them back. We can't use the Navy to make them go back to France.
Unless they've got to be halfway across.
They've got to be halfway across.
So maybe we need to patrol that halfway line.
with the Navy.
No, it sounds very harsh, doesn't it? But something's got to be done. Exactly. Your thoughts, please, gbviews@gbnews.uk. It is just coming up to 9:10. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories.
Health leaders are warning that the NHS will struggle to clear backlogs and improve emergency care unless the ongoing strike action ends. NHS officials say the government must show initiative to end the dispute or risk patients suffering even longer waiting times than they do now. Thousands of nurses and ambulance workers will strike on Monday in what many are calling the biggest strike day the health service has ever seen.
Well, meanwhile, the Royal College of Nursing in Wales has joined Welsh ambulance workers in cancelling planned strikes for next week following new pay offers from the Welsh Government. The offer is an additional 3% for RCN members. It comes amid the latest wave of rail strikes yesterday. Train drivers walked out, as you know, for the second time this week. RMT and ASLEF members demanding better pay and working conditions.
Councils across the country say they are being left in the dark over next year's budget for public health. The Local Government Association is calling on Number 10 to publish the funding allocations which councils will receive from April. It says child health visiting, obesity programmes, as well as drug and alcohol treatment are all at risk of being cut back or closed unless new plans can be made.
And this coming week marks the last chance for adults aged 49 and younger to get a full set of COVID vaccinations. The NHS says February the 12th will be the last day people in the age group can get their primary doses. After this date, the jabs will only be offered to people considered to be at risk of serious illness.
Now, police investigating the disappearance of mother of two, Nicola Bulley, says she could have, sadly, fallen into a river.
Yeah, the 45-year-old was last seen last Friday walking her dog. That was next to the River Wyre in St Michael's in Lancashire.
Search teams are continuing to trawl the river under the assumption that she didn't leave the area. And Lancashire police say this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person.
Well, let's hear now from Superintendent Sally Riley.
Our main working hypothesis, therefore, is that Nicola has sadly fallen into the river, that there is no third-party or criminal involvement, and that this is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person. This is particularly important because speculation otherwise can be really distressing for the family and for Nicola's children.
Stressing and very distressing for them. Now, our national reporter, Theo Chikomba, is in Lancashire at the River Wyre for us, and he has the latest. Morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, that's right. It's 8 days on since the disappearance of a mother of two, Nicola Bulley, last seen in this area when she was walking her dog. But she was also part of a work meeting online, and her phone was subsequently found here alongside her dog, and she hasn't been seen since that particular time last week, Friday. The police are still in the area. They say they're going to be working throughout the weekend to continue their investigation and continue finding what could help as part of finding out what happened during that time. In terms of what they also mentioned in the press conference yesterday, they did say there are lots of people who are involved in this, and people are being urged not to speculate, as that will cause distress on the family. But also, in terms of part of their investigation, they were talking about some of the actions she was part of over the last few days before that, and they're saying there isn't anything out of the ordinary. She was still doing the same things. We understand she'd been with her family throughout the week. She's going to work, so there was nothing to suggest that anything was out of the ordinary during that week, and they're still trying to establish what happened between this 10-minute window around 9:20. So they're still trying to look at what could have happened during that period. And they're also saying thank you to the public, those people who already got in touch with information, CCTV footage, doorbell footage, and so on. Police are still in the area, going from house to house and making sure they go through all those lines of inquiry. In terms of clothing, Sally Riley, the superintendent, did mention what she was wearing. She was saying she was last seen in a black quilted gilet jacket, a striped coat, tight black jeans, ankle-length green wellies, a pale blue Fitbit and a necklace as well. So the public is being urged to stick to those specific items, as they will be useful to the police if they do recognise them as well. And they are appealing for more footage just in case anyone happened to be passing by in the area, which could be helpful as part of their investigation. So the search here continues.
Very much indeed, Theo. Thanks very much indeed, Theo. Well, in fact, it's a story, of course, we've been covering on the programme all morning, isn't it?
It is, yes.
We've had lots of comments from you about it, but I think that this one from Neil sort of sums it up, really. He says, it's not only sad, but it's also a very mysterious disappearance too. I hope the family, especially the daughters, as well as her parents, get some definitive answers soon, and I think we all say aye to that.
Yes, if you've got any information at all, even if you think it may be nothing, if you're in that area, dial 101 and you can speak to an officer there who will pass on your information to the relevant officers in charge of that case. Don't go anywhere, we've got lots coming up for you. After the break, we're going to be talking to an amazing man who's been walking the entire UK coastline to help support the armed forces.
He's the king of breakfast TV, and he's back.
Eamon Holmes, back on the TV
Surprised
with me this morning.
Even remember my name.
I know, it's been 4 months. You have holy water by your bed?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
already to bless.
Yeah. Oh, Eamon. Oh.
Why do you not believe anything I say?
Eamon Holmes back on GB News Breakfast at 6 a.m.
Here on GB News Live, we'll be keeping you in the picture, finding out what's happening across the country and finding out why it matters to you. We'll have the facts fast with our team of reporters and specialist correspondents. Wherever it's happening, we'll be there from 12 noon on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Michael Portillo. Join me on GB News on a Sunday morning for topical discussion, debate, arts and culture, and sometimes even ethical dilemmas.
I don't always agree with you, Michael.
Michael Portillo, Sundays on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and you can join me every weekday 6 till 7 on Jubes and Co.
You're an inspiration to us all.
Clip that bit up.
Well, you are.
That's my ringtone. My political ambitions those days are gone, I can tell you. She's only teasing. Go on. He's probably going to want to lay down now. I'll give him 2 minutes to have one. Let's respectfully disagree. That's what we like on Jubes and Co. Come and join us. GB News, the People's Channel.
Michelle Dewberry, weekday evenings at 6 o'clock.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind.
And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance.
Now we're here to represent you.
Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me.
So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
I'm Andrew Doyle. Join me at 7 o'clock every Sunday night for Free Speech Nation, the show where I tackle the week's biggest stories in politics and current affairs with the help of my 2 comedian panellists and a variety of special guests.
Free Speech Nation, Sunday nights from 7 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, Andrew Pearce here. Join me every Friday lunchtime for a proper no-nonsense debrief of the week's events. With special guests in the studio and the GB News team on the ground, I'll be getting you up to date with news, some intelligent discussion and my own sharp take. The weekend starts here with me every Friday lunchtime on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're watching and you're listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela.
Now, a former paratrooper took it upon himself, as these people sort of tend to do. They're phenomenal. The number of charity fundraisers that we've talked to, and they're all former military.
Yeah.
They're crazy. Anyway, he took it upon himself to walk the entire UK coastline in support of SAFA, the Armed Forces charity.
Well, Chris Lewis and his fiancée Kate joined us now to tell us more about this gruelling challenge. Good morning and welcome to all of us. Actually, Chris, you've got there your girlfriend Kate, but not only did you find Kate on your trip, not only did you raise lots of money, you had the baby, Magnus, and you got a dog, Juliet. My goodness, you've had a busy... Oh, hello, youngster. Hello, little one. You've had a busy time, haven't you? Tell us about how you set out on this journey.
So I started, I know, I keep picking up all of these strays. I don't know what to do. I started the journey back in 2017. I'd been suffering with anxiety and depression after leaving the forces and being a single parent. And my daughter, I was a single parent, my daughter eventually left home. And I knew that I had to make a real change in my life at this point because I really couldn't see it going in any good direction. So it really was a spare of the minute decision to do this walk. And only a few days after really thinking about it, I set off. And nearly 6 years later, here I am with the most wonderful family and most beautiful dog as well. And, you know, we couldn't be happier, to be honest with you.
Well, tell us about, how did you meet Kate?
Well, I was fighting a bear. I'm joking. So Kate, I just finished Shetland. The first lockdown, I spent my time on an island called Hildesay, which is there in Shetland for the first lockdown. And just after that, I basically was camped down at the bottom of the cliffs on the northeast coast of Scotland. And Kate comes walking down. And we got chatting for a few minutes. Kate disappeared after only a few minutes and then came back about 40 minutes later with a bag of fish and chips, her tent, and 2 cans of beer, and asked if she could camp for the night next to me, and we just hit it off, and the rest is history.
Well, that's it, a bag of chips. Does
bag of chips every time. Does that mean then, Kate? Does that mean, Kate, that having discovered this guy on his walk, that you felt that you wanted to be with him and walk with him? Have you done a lot of the walking subsequent to that, even when you were expecting the little one there?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, when I met Chris, basically a couple of weeks later, I just packed in my career and my life back in London and I joined him on the walk full time. So that was in November 2020 and I've been walking ever since. So I've been walking over 2 years now. And obviously I walked in wild camps the whole time I was pregnant with Magnus. We've had Magnus on the walk and now Magnus, you know, I carry Magnus in a sling as we continue walking.
Some women.
I mean, I know that you were, Chris, having to scavenge for food and all sorts of things at one stage. How has that changed because of Magnus? Because obviously you've got to be a bit more prepared now, haven't you?
Yeah, you know, Kate and I are quite minimalistic people anyway. And yes, you know, the beginning of the journey was incredibly different. Sorry about this. Thinks I'm a trampoline. The beginning of the journey
You're doing a good job.
Incredibly different to what it is now. But, you know, obviously I've written a book and, you know, we had a little bit of money for doing that. So we've been using that to get ourselves by. And, you know, doing something like this, we live day by day. And it's quite a pleasure to do that, you know, one step in front of the other, one day at a time. And it really, really works for us. And we've got lots of challenges along the way. But the way Kate and I are as people, we just attack them with a really positive attitude. And we don't let anything really faze us. You know, we never thought when, you know, Kate had Magnus that, oh, we're going to stop this walk or anything like that. You know, it was very much the mentality of, right, let's keep going. And what better life to give a child outside, fresh air all the time and bouncing in every place that he goes to.
Yeah,
you have been depending on the Sorry, I was going to say, you have really then been depending on the kindness of strangers in many ways, not just to feed you, keep you going, give you some kind of shelter at night, but also in the money that they're giving you. Now, I gather you wanted to start out and raise, what, 100,000? You've done more than that, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah, when you start something like this, it's impossible to say, OK, this is how much potentially I could raise. So 100,000 in my mind at the time, given someone who rarely had £20 in my account, seemed like a serious amount of money. So, we've more than doubled that. And, we're aiming by the end of the walk to get to 500,000. But just going back very briefly to the kindness of strangers, I have to say that it's one of the things that's really helped me as a person, just how people come and just want to help. They don't want anything back as a reward. It's just simply they want to come and help you. And it's been one of the favourite part of my journeys. And I think Kate and I can safely say that it continues all the time. And it's just a wonderful place to be, surrounded by people that want to be kind and nice.
Well, look, here's a question for you. Do you read Jack Reacher's? I don't know if you read the Jack Reacher books, but how do you? Because you've been doing it for 6 years. You're not finished yet. I don't know how long you've got left to go, but you've become nomadic, haven't you? A bit of a Jack Reacher character, a Jack Reacher family. Will you ever stop after this? Will you actually want to settle down anywhere?
That's a good question. I think a lot of people are always asking me, and we're definitely nomadic. There's no doubts about that. A lot of people are always asking, what are you guys going to do afterwards? How are you going to settle back? I say this with inverted commas to normal life, but this is our normal. Kate and I love being outside, as does our dog Jet, and as does Magnus. And we get no better thrill than being able to inspire other people and raising money in the process. So, why fix what's not broken? I think as soon as we finish this, Kate and I have agreed that we're going to go straight onto another adventure. And you're absolutely right. We can't sit in one place for more than a couple of days before we get itchy feet. We just want to see different things, meet different people. And to us, I think that's the epitome of success, so long as we're happy.
We should say the Jack Reacher books are written by Lee Child, aren't they? British author. I mean, two things I want to know. First of all, you're doing so much walking. Have you seen young Magnus walk yet? Presumably he's going to be joining you when he's old enough to do it. And how much longer are you going to continue with this walk?
So Magnus hasn't started walking yet. He is crawling. He's 9 months old, just turned 9 months. So maybe he will be taking his first steps before we finish the walk. Who knows? He might be walking over the line with us. We're not quite sure how much longer it's going to take to get to that finish line. We're estimating sort of maybe 5 months. So, he could well be walking at that point.
Yeah, we hope so. He's getting heavy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Although we will slow us down more. But, we just take every day as it comes. So we're just... I think we've just learned, or it's in our nature to be just very flexible. We just adapt to whatever scenario comes our way. We make it work. We're so committed to this walk. So whatever it takes, we will get to the finish line and we'll cross it all together as a family.
Yeah, and how will people know it's you? I mean, they may not necessarily have seen you on the telly this morning. I mean, have you got a placard or something?
Yeah, fair enough.
What?
Fair enough. They'll spell them coming.
No, I think, we stand out. I wear a kilt and, let's be honest, I don't look, normal every day. Kate's obviously absolutely stunning, so she stands out a mile. But I think, we post daily where we are, where we're going to be, and people know that we're coming. So, we get so many people come out onto the coast to come and see us and come and say hello. And especially now the book's just come out. We're doing a book signing today, which is going to be really, really cool. We get to meet a load of people. So, it's going really well.
You're raising a lot of money for Sappho, which is a great charity, and you're happy. What more can you want in life?
You are a lovely family picture, aren't you? Fantastic.
Nice. Thank you.
Good to see you.
He's kicking off.
Bye, Magnus.
Bye, Magnus. Bye, Kate.
Oh, dear.
Bye, Chris.
I tell you, they do just remind the whole Jack Reacher thing. Just reminds me of Jack Reacher.
Yes, it was. Yeah. That's the Lee Child's books.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just goes from place to place.
Place to place.
Never stops anywhere.
No, and
it does have. It sounds a little bit idyllic in a way. It wouldn't work for me.
No.
If it works for them, why not?
And what a happy baby they've got. Isn't that wonderful? Now, coming up after the break, we're headed over to the home of rugby. We're going to be speaking to a landlord in Twickenham to hear just how much money could be pumped into the local economy during the Six Nations.
We are GB News, and we'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for bringing us your conversations. for helping our great nation find its voice. We are here for you on radio, television, and online. Across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland.
It's not the BBC, you actually get your facts right.
We are proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. Join me, Dan Wootton. I'll bring you the sharpest takes and hottest debates.
Do you not believe in prison? I don't believe in prisons.
I'm completely stunned. I guarantee you there'll be no spin, no bias, no censorship.
I actually was personally quite offended by it.
And no reason to go to bed.
So I guess they've always been quite woke.
That's Dan Wootton tonight on TV, radio and online. Monday to Thursday from 9 p.m. till 11 p.m. on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Monday to Thursday on GB News, it's Bev Turner Today from 10 a.m. We're going to be here for you, our GB News family, to keep you up to date, but also make you smile.
The guy went from puberty to adultery.
And I can't wait to bring a few of my own opinions. I have no time for cultural totalitarianism. We'll engage in passionate, but always polite debate, with your thoughts and opinions at the centre of it all. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. for Gloria Meets. In exclusive interviews, I'll be finding out who our politicians really are and what they really think.
It's something that you would never want anyone to suffer.
I didn't know what channels there were. I didn't think I'd be believed.
I must have weighed about 7 stone and I'm 5'8".
My instincts was to sort of cover this up. I mean, clearly that was a mistake.
Join me every Sunday at 6 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Join me, Nana Akue, Saturday and Sunday afternoons on GB News. Expect fiery debate and passionate discussion as me and my panel tackle some of the biggest topics hitting the headlines. It's a place for everyone's opinion. No one gets cancelled, but no one gets an easy ride.
Oh, she's on it today!
Be ready for conversations that are fierce, frank, and of course, fun. Every Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 p.m. on GB News, the People's Channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel.
And right across the United Kingdom.
You can find us on Sky Channel 512.
Virgin Media Channel 604.
Freesat Channel 216.
Freeview Channel 236.
And YouView Channel 236.
You can also take us with you on DAB Plus Radio.
With the GB News app and at the website gbnews.uk.
We're absolutely everywhere.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It is 9:32. Good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Angela.
The coronation of King Charles III is getting closer and closer, but the royal feud that continues to plague the family has no end in sight. According to the editor-at-large of the Mail on Sunday, Charlotte Griffiths, King Charles could ask a figure like the Archbishop of Canterbury for help. But how could this begin to mend the relationships that have been damaged for the last few years? To tell us more is Charlotte Griffiths, who joins us now. Good morning to you, Charlotte.
Morning.
I mean, we've been discussing this a little bit earlier today. The King is he's between a rock and a hard place, isn't he? Because if he doesn't invite them, that'll be wrong. If he does invite them, that's going to be wrong. Is the Archbishop of Canterbury going to be like Solomon and come with a decision?
Well, I think failing a saint or somebody with the patience of a saint, the Archbishop of Canterbury might be the only one who can knock their heads together, for want of a better word. But I'm sure he'll be a bit more diplomatic than that. But Charles has had to sort of have the good grace to say, I can't do this on my own. I need some outside help to make this coronation go smoothly.
I mean, the nice thing is, though, he seems determined to invite them, actually, which is nice because it puts him above reproach, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a wise move. But I also think he genuinely, obviously loves his sons, both equally. even though one of them's slightly more troublesome. I've got 2 children. I love them both equally. There might be a time in many decades' time when it will be such a shame if Harry's missed this coronation, because let's all hope that this row will hopefully feel like a drop in the ocean in 20 years' time. So it's kind of good to get him there. It's a piece of history and it's his own son. So it's fair enough that he wants him there, I think.
Quite a large proportion of the British public don't want them to come, and the fear is that it will become a 3-ring circus around Harry and Meghan and not concentrate on the historic moment, which is the coronation of a king.
Yeah, there is a bit of a risk of that, and William is very aware of that, according to quite a lot of reports. So he's very worried that they might pull some kind of stunt, and the Archbishop of Canterbury might be able to come in and sort of manage this script and make sure they stick to the script when it comes to Coronation Day, because you're so right, we can't have this becoming a circus. There's also this other worry that if they don't come to the coronation, that will also attract a lot of media attention. And what if they were to be pictured in Montecito on the day of the coronation, doing something that might distract and pull headlines away from this really historic day? So it's an unbelievably impossible situation. No wonder Justin Welby's had to get involved.
No, indeed. Well, look, it's been good to talk to you this morning. Let's hope it does get some sort of resolution. Thanks very much indeed. What we can tell you about, though we haven't got the details yet, because it's been very, very strictly embargoed, but we know the Princess of Wales had this great campaign, hasn't she? She's focusing on early childhood, and she's launched a whole lot of stuff today. She's releasing a thing today, just in the last couple of minutes, where it's about releasing a picture of when you're 5 years old and putting it on social media. And that's because she said the first 5 years can be the most influential in your life. So it's a case of showing where we all were by the time we were 5 years old.
Yeah.
So you can post them on social media. Angela, I can't imagine what you were like at 5.
Well, I can show you what I looked like at 5 because I actually brought in a couple of photographs to show you. And I'm sure you've got lots of them at home as well, but I got mine out of the family album in the small hours of this morning. The thing is, of course, that the Princess of Wales is herself a great photographer. She loves taking photographs, which is why she automatically, I think, assumed that a photograph would be a great way of looking at how... We can't actually see them at the moment, and I don't know why. The thing is that we not only me, we've got pictures of you as well.
Yeah, have you got me at 5?
No, they don't seem to have the photo. We went to all that trouble to bring them in. Have you?
Let's just put one on screen. Yeah. Put anyone on screen, doesn't matter who it is.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Kate.
Oh, that's
Kate.
That's Kate Middleton, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Kate Middleton. So she's actually released a photograph, but it's actually of her as a baby.
Yeah, not as a 5-year-old.
No, it's not as a 5-year-old.
Which is the moment when apparently... That's the point at which apparently most of the influences in our lives have already been absorbed by us as youngsters, and then we build on them as we grow older. But that was what she looked like, not at 5, but as a baby.
Yeah, she says, faces are a baby's best toy. This is a statement from the Prince and Princess of Wales this morning. We have launched the Shaping Us campaign to raise awareness of the vital role our early years play in shaping the rest of our lives. This weekend, we'd love for you all to spend time with your families, friends, colleagues and communities talking about your early childhoods and how they've shaped your lives.
Yes.
Which I think is nice, actually.
It is, and I hope you'll also consider joining me in sharing a picture of yourselves before your 5th birthday to help with those conversations and to share some smiles and memories too. So I think, have we got any of the pictures of the 4 of us? Because we're joined in the studio by Steffi.
Yes.
Over here. And our
over here.
sports guru, Aidan, over here, who have both gone to the trouble of finding
And we sent our pictures in hours ago, so have we got them? Someone
have we got them?
Yeah, someone's saying yes. Well, let's put them on screen then.
Let's have a look.
Let's get them on.
Is that you?
Is that you, Aidan? It is. So that's Mum and Dad back in 1982. So I was 5 years old. So that's Mum and Dad, and then on the right-hand side you can see there wearing socks up to my knees, a very tight pair of shorts and a pair of sandals at the age of 5 years old.
Yeah, that's lovely to see, because you talk about because you've lost both your mum and dad.
I have indeed, yeah.
And I know you've often talked about them on the show. It's lovely to see them. You look like your dad.
Yeah, well, I don't know about in that photo, hopefully not. But,
you've got the nose.
Yeah, the nose is the big
How about you, Steffi? What were you like at 5?
I was a very shy child.
Give over.
Which people would not
I don't
think
believe
of,
it.
I was so shy because I was an only child, so I was very much in my own world. I was a bit of
very shy there, yes, very shy in your sunglasses.
But I was a fashionista. I've always been into fashion, even from then. But because I'm an only child, I've always been quite, a bit, introverted when I was younger. But as I've grown, I've become more I've blossomed.
You've blossomed.
I tell you what, that smile hasn't changed.
I know.
It's
Have you still got the glasses?
Yes, I still have the glasses. I hope to give it to one of my godchildren one day. I love holding on to things from when I was a child.
Can I just say I don't have my sandals.
But I mean, following the sort of the hypothesis that the princess is putting forward, do you feel that what happened when you were 5 has actually shaped you subsequently now that you've become adults?
You asked me that question earlier, didn't you? And I thought to myself, I don't know, she said, was I shy when I was 5? I don't recall being that shy, actually. So I don't want to say I'm shy now. So I suppose I've taken that from the age of 5 years old. But I can't really remember much of what I was like then. Yeah, I suppose I don't think I'd changed drastically.
No.
I think it has shaped me. As I said, I'm an early child, so I think it's made me quite... Even then, I was very independent.
Yeah.
And now, as a journalist, I'm quite inquisitive, and as a child, I was. So those years were very key, and I think they are key for people. People need the love, the nurturing, and the support to help shape who you're going to be later on in life.
What else have we got?
Who else have we got?
I want to see your
Now that's me. That's very serious. I think my parents had that taken bearing in mind that this was over 70 years ago. This was taken, I think, in a local studio in Plymouth where I was growing up. Very serious little face.
But look at that tricycle.
But I'm on my tricycle there with the family dog behind me, and it was interesting when I showed this to the guys in the studio. They said, "Look on the side, all that rubbish there." Well, it's because I was born in Plymouth, which was bombed during the Second World War. It was blitzed, and the street in which we lived when that photograph was taken had actually bombed houses all on the left-hand side there.
So there was the Barbican area was spared, wasn't it?
Barbican was spared, certain other areas, but the whole of the centre of the city, which is where I lived, because my father was a Royal Marine, was bombed, and my playground
I think it was our
the bomb sites.
It was the first look at those famous legs, Angela.
On the tricycle.
Was that the street you grew up on there?
That was the street where I grew up, yes, until I was about 9, I think, when we moved.
Stephen,
what about Stephen? Come on,
away with it, Stephen. There we go.
Now, you see, I don't believe... You look there as if you're about at least 7 or maybe...
I was going to say 25. I was going to say 25.
No, 25. I'm definitely 5 there. That was Christmas 1979. So I was definitely 5.
I love your bowl cut.
Great friend.
So iconic.
That was the thing. Well, my mum used to just cut my hair like that. And I remember that tie, oddly enough, because it had elastic around the back.
Yeah, I had one of those. I had one of those.
I had one of those as well in primary school.
But there you go. Nice to see. So the Prince and Princess of Wales would like you to share your pictures of being 5 or younger online today as part of their #ShapingUs. campaign.
Interesting what Steph said, actually, about you being an only child. It was different for me. I was one of 4 boys. You had to
I was an only child, too.
You had to fight for attention.
Yeah.
So you just shout a bit louder than everyone else.
No, I was an only child.
Yeah, I bet you did.
But do you know why I love this initiative? Because people always say as you grow older, you have to keep your childlike sense of adventure for the world. And I think most of the most amazing people do keep that childlike spirit with them. So definitely, I think always keep your mini you with you as you progress.
Aidan's always a boy when it comes to sport, aren't you? That childhood dream of looking at the football.
I think you have to. Journalists are criticised for being fans too often, but I think it's important when you're covering sport. You've got to enjoy what you do, haven't you?
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, Six Nations.
Well, exactly. The rugby football
today is underway. Big tournament for England. They've got a new coach, Steve Borthwick, obviously. Wales in a similar position. They brought back Warren Gatland. They're going to be dangerous. They're playing Ireland today at 2:15. 4:45. England are underway against Scotland. I mean, Scotland's recent record, they've only lost 1 of the last 5 fixtures against England. I personally think this tournament is going to be between Ireland and France. Ireland are the world number 1. They've got a really dominant side, made up mostly of the Leinster pack that have been sweeping all before them throughout the season. And then you've got France, who won the Six Nations last year. Historically, countries don't defend this tournament particularly well, but I think this is a good indicator over who's going to win the World Cup. I think they perform well here.
Yeah.
They'll do well in the
And
World
they play. What's interesting between Ireland and France is they play slightly different styles of the game, don't they?
They do.
I love to watch the French play because they have that lovely flowing movement when they pass the ball down the line.
You're saying certain countries at certain points that it's their time. I think this might be France's time.
Yeah.
Look, it's all about going down the pub, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Because the Cabbage Patch.
Yeah, we've got the landlord of the Cabbage Patch joining us now. Can we see him?
Yeah, here's Stuart Green.
Stuart Green.
Where is Stuart? Where is Stuart?
Can we see him? Because we'd
Cabbage
like to get his
Patch,
input.
we should explain to people
There
who
he
aren't
is,
here.
there he is.
The Cabbage Patch is the pub right opposite Twickenham, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes.
Hello, Steve. How you doing? OK, good to have you on GB News. How are you preparing for the day ahead? Because it's going to be a busy one for you, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we can't wait. We've been looking forward to this weekend, well, for months. And since we finished in the autumn, actually, in the internationals, which weren't great for England, as we know. So actually, for fans now, we've been waiting and waiting for the Six Nations to start, as you say, the start of a new era with Steve Borthwick at the helm. So, yeah, it's an exciting time and a massively open tournament, I think.
Can I ask you, Stuart, as well? I mean, the club game in rugby union has had real problems in the last year or so with sides going to the wall, established sides like Wasps, for example. But the international game is stellar, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing quite like an international to bring the punters out.
You're absolutely right. Yes, it is a shame, and it's kind of a double-edged sword at the minute, isn't it? The domestic game is struggling. It needs someone to come back in and shake that up a bit. But internationally, it's tough to find a ticket, and fans will flock all over. The Six Nations is very, very special. It's one of those tournaments where you've got 6 countries and fans will travel all over Europe to go and follow their country. And money sort of seems no object. So it's still a massively powerful beast that the Six Nations is. And as I say, fans will flock here today. There'll be thousands that won't have a ticket that will still want to be in and around Twickenham just to join in with the atmosphere.
Stuart, will you be turning people away today? Because, I mean, you know, for as big as the Cabbage Patch is, I've been there many times. It was near my previous place of work. But, I mean, will you be turning people away? Is there going to be a queue? Is it ticket only?
No, we have two sides. The hospitality part of the business has a 7.5-year waiting.
I think we've lost Stuart.
Oh, he's gone.
Was he going to say a 7.5-year waiting list for people to come in on the day?
Oh, is he back?
No,
is he back?
No,
no, he's not.
Oh, we've lost him.
Let's leave him there. He's gone now.
I hope the flow of the pumps don't stop halfway through the day.
That'd be what it is. So it's what's interfering with it all. They're preparing too many pints.
I know.
There you
Exactly.
go. If you're heading out the Cabbage Patch today, have a great day.
Yeah.
Whether you're actually getting into Twickenham or
And
not.
actually, he's quite right. People will want to go to the pub because if you can't get a ticket for the actual match, to be in the pub with the big screen and know you are just on the outside of that,
and hearing the crowd.
that pitch. I
don't know if any of you have been to the Cabbage Patch, but it's a good atmosphere. And even on non-rugby day, it's pretty good. But on a rugby day, it's especially.
And I think it'll be a fab game today.
Absolutely.
Now here's one for you, Stephanie.
This is making me cry already.
Is it? No, you like it. You like it. Yeah, you will, because Britain's ugliest dog has been crowned in a competition to find the nation's least attractive mot.
Now, I have to say it was quite a light-hearted competition, but Peggy, a pug Chinese-crested crossbreed, stop laughing, was picked out as the star by competition organiser and photography company Parrot Print. And if you're listening, of course, on radio, you won't know this adorable little dog has got a tongue that's about 3 inches long, just hanging out of the side of his mouth, or her mouth, sorry. She's not ugly. She's actually rather cute.
Oh, no, I love animals, but I think ugly is the right word.
No,
she's not ugly.
U-G-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi.
You're ugly. No one's ugly. Every dog is beautiful. That's what makes me want to cry.
Well, look, she's got a beautiful heart, I'm sure. Let's talk to Anna Riley, who's with Peggy and her owner, Holly Middleton, in Leven in East Yorkshire. Morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, joined by Holly and the superstar Peggy, Britain's ugliest dog. How do you feel about her having that title?
I mean, it's a funny one, really.
obviously ugly is not a very nice word. I like to just think of it as like a celebration of uniqueness, but I'm proud of her. We're happy. She's happy. She don't know what's going on, so she's fine with it all. It's all in good humour.
And she's won a pampering session, hasn't she? And she's had photographs taken as part of being the winning dog. But how did it come about, seeing this competition and entering her?
I was sent, so it was just in our local paper. It was Parrot Print were running a competition for the ugliest dog. Everybody sent me it, so family members, friends. And I just thought, you know what, had a picture, I've got lots of pictures of her. I sent a picture in and didn't think anything else of it. And then all of a sudden, boom, here we are.
And why is she so unique? We can see her sat here now with her tongue out.
I just don't think a lot of people have seen a dog like her. So she's a pug cross Chinese crested, so she's very sort of puggy looking, but she's got Chinese crested, sort of hairless with this little tuft. And obviously her tongue's the main sort of talking point. It doesn't bother her. She's absolutely fine. She's very healthy, very happy. But yeah, she just looks a little bit different.
A little bit unique. And she was sort of the runt of the litter as such, wasn't she? And she was waiting a long time for a home before you got her.
She was. I never saw any of the other puppies. They'd already gone and found a home, and she was 6 months old and still waiting. I don't know whether people sort of looked at her and thought she's going to be high maintenance or she's going to have health problems, but she's been a dream. I love her. She's been a perfect little addition to the family.
And you're giving her a massage now. If anyone can hear, that's a contented noise, isn't it, that she's making?
She does. She snuffles and snores like a little piggy, but she might be about to fall asleep.
She's getting that relaxed. And I heard that Parrot Print might be doing the world's ugliest dog, so she might now be next in the running for that, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I've seen some other strange-looking dogs. I've looked at the sort of American ones, but that might be fun. Travel the world with Peggy. Better get her a passport, just in case.
See if she wins that one. There we are then. Peggy, Britain's ugliest dog, but very cute with it, we have to say.
It's the tongue. It's the tongue.
Did she have that tongue when you found her? Was it like that when you got her?
She was like this when you had her from a puppy, wasn't she, with her tongue?
She has always looked like this. Her tongue's always been out. She has always... I mean, she can get it back in, but she's got all her teeth. People say she got teeth, is that why it hangs out? She has. It's just always been that way.
And she can eat and drink fine, can't she?
She eats... God, she can eat. She can eat a lot. And yeah, drinking, it doesn't bother her in any way, shape or form.
That's it. So just an unusual tongue, but still a fully functioning dog.
And how old is she? How old is she?
She's 4 years old. 4 years old. Coming up 5 this year.
Oh, bless her. Look, Anna, thank you very much indeed. I love it. I think she is ugly, but she's also beautiful in her own little way.
I just wonder, could you ask her how people react when they see her out in the street? Do they just want to go up and cuddle her and touch her?
Yeah, how do people react when she's been in the street before? You said you'd had some odd looks before, haven't you?
Yeah, prior to this sort of competition and her been in the papers and on telly, people would sort of whisper among themselves. You'd see people nudging each other and like looking at her. Since, it's been really, really positive. Like, I can't walk for sort of 30 seconds down the street in Beverley without someone coming, can I have a selfie? Can I stroke your dog? Oh, we think she's gorgeous. So it's been really, really positive since people have seen her everywhere. But yeah, it's definitely improved from what it used to be.
Positive comments rather than negative ones now then.
Anna, thank you very much.
She's obviously got a lovely nature, that dog. Isn't it nice to hear her sort of snuffling and grunting while she's just being massaged?
I think every dog is beautiful in their own way.
In their own way.
I kind of think this is like animal abuse. Britain's ugliest dog.
No, but we're celebrating ugly.
Can we celebrate ugly?
Yes.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, I know ugly, as their owner said, ugly's not a nice word, actually.
It's not.
She's unique.
Unique is much nicer.
Yeah.
Yes. TFI Friday, do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
Ugly bloke, didn't they? Every week.
They did have an ugly bloke.
Every Friday, yeah. Yeah, they had a song saying he'd come out and his prize every week was that he'd be able to turn down a beautiful woman. for a date.
But outward appearance shouldn't count, because sometimes people do have a unique face or a unique body, and inside they're absolutely beautiful.
Well, yes, but we wouldn't say it about people, but it's but dogs we can get away with.
Can we? Well, you can't, because we're not letting you.
Yeah, well, my team is gorgeous, so what can I say? Look, thank you both. Thank you for joining us this morning. That is it from us, but don't go anywhere, because Esther and Phil are here with Saturday Morning.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Good morning. Alex Deacon here with your weekend weather update. Most of us will be dry across England and Wales today. Some rain crossing Scotland and Northern Ireland. It's mild today. It will be colder tomorrow, but an awful lot brighter. Here's the picture at the moment. High pressure in control, and we're between two weather fronts. In here, some pretty mild air, but this weather front is mixing things up a little bit, introducing cloud and rain to the Western Isles at the moment, and that rain will push steadily across Scotland and Northern Ireland during this morning. For most of England and Wales, it's dry, a bit of drizzle here and there on western coasts and hills, and some breaks in the cloud here and there to reveal a bit of sunshine over the Midlands, eastern England at times. There's the rain working its way through the central belt and down towards the east of Northern Ireland by the end of the afternoon. It is mild, temperatures 10, 11, 12, maybe even 13 Celsius. Feeling cooler though as the rain pushes in across parts of the north this afternoon. And through this evening, that rain will trickle into northern England and North Wales. It's kind of fizzling out as it sinks its way southwards, so not much rain at all across southern counties during the early hours. Behind it, clearer skies and colder air, so it will be a much colder night tonight compared to the one just gone. Fairly extensive frost, certainly in rural parts from the Midlands northwards, temperatures dipping below freezing, and even in some towns and cities. It does lead to a much brighter day tomorrow, though. Plenty of sunshine on offer. A bit of a breeze, perhaps, along some of these North Sea coasts, particularly Norfolk and in the far northwest. A bit more cloud maybe here, but generally plenty of blue sky, plenty of sunshine to come tomorrow. It will be a colder feeling day, certainly first thing, but in the afternoon, these temperatures 7 to 9 degrees, about average for the time of year with light winds. Won't feel too bad at all. The outlook is for much of the UK to remain fairly dry, certainly through the first half of next week, and staying colder than it is now, but still with temperatures around the February average.
I'm Camilla Tominey. Join me on GB News on Sunday mornings for a politics show with personality on TV, radio and online. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This year on GB News, we've got brand new members in the family.
Join us. Across the entire United Kingdom, we cover the issues that matter to you. GB News will always stay honest, balanced and fair. We want to hear whatever is on your mind. And we don't talk down to you.
The establishment had their chance. Now we're here to represent you.
Britain's watching.
Come join us on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, right across the nation. You can get us on television, on radio, on digital. We're absolutely everywhere.
Amazing! You see, amazing!
You remind me of me in the European Parliament. But here's the most important bit. We are not part of the mainstream establishment. We think and speak just like you do. We are the People's Channel.
Magnificent. That's really, really thoughtful.
Come and join us on GB News, the People's News Channel.
Join me, Patrick Christie's, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6. We tackle the day's news agenda like you've never seen before. It's high tempo, high octane, the most controversial topics and the best guests. You will not be able to take your eyes and ears off it. I'm not afraid to ask the questions that you really want answered. 3 till 6 p.m, Monday to Friday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We are GB News, the People's Channel. Why not take us home with you by visiting the GB News shop at gbnews.store. You'll find all the official merchandise, a really good present actually for yourself, your friends or your family.
We ship across the UK mainland at no extra cost. GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Lawrence Fox, on GB News. Frank, fun, fearless and sometimes serious. Much as I love a Friday night punch-up, what I really want is a battle of ideas. I want to look at things differently. I want to hear different voices and engage with your unique experiences. Every Friday at 7 p.m. on GB News.
I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m.
What's the scoop?
I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians.
That's right.
As we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight.
We're going to get into trouble.
If it's a big story, we'll be covering it.
Spill some tea on him.
There we go.
But we'll also have some fun.
I wouldn't stick up a bank.
My father didn't love me. So anyway.
Headliners every night from 11 on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know. We're on